Can I give you? I got robbed if you I got robbed if you golden. The light ya that where it is looking golden. It is a banana, big fire, big loving Ariel. Where she went in, the banana. Then Marial golden. Marial golden. Then Marial golden. Marial golden. You like you like back where it get to keep going. In the Cabana, be quiet, be not in Maria. When you keep on, then Maria is falling. Then Maria is falling Japan. Then Maria is falling. Then Maria is falling Japan. Bang bang lo ke ye yu mara no gang kulo tang. Bang bang lo ke ye yu mara no gang kulo tang. Yo will be bang bang lo, will be no gang lo, will be bang bang lo ke ye yu mara ni gang kulo. Bang bang lo ke ye yu mara no gang kulo tang. Yo will be bang bang lo ke ye yu mara ni gang kulo tang. Bang bang lo ke ye yu mara ni gang kulo tang. Royal bang bang lo, royal no gang kulo tang. Awe bang bang lo, yanga bang bang kulo tang. Ya tuj bang bang lo, ya bor no gang kulo ke ye yu mara ni gang kulo tang. Bang bang lo ke ye yu mara bang bang kulo tang. No gang kulo ke ye yu mara bang bang kulo tang. Amar bang bang kulo tang. Amar no gang kulo. Ayar bang bang kulo tang. Ayar bang bang kulo. Ayar no gang kulo. Marang bang bang kulo tang. Marang no gang kulo. Alay no gang kulo tang. Bangak bang bang kulo tang. Bangan no gang kulo. Ayar bang bang kulo tang. Bangar bang bang kulo. Idil bang bang kulo. Gajay marali gang kulo tang. Bang bang kulo. Gajay marali gang kulo tang. Bang bang kulo. Gajay marali gang kulo tang. Yawan bang gang kulo. Gajay marali gang kulo tang. Yawan kaya bari bang kulo. Gajay marali gang kulo tang. Gang kulo. Gajay marali gang kulo tang. Gang kulo. Gajay marali gang kulo tang. Abyar gang kulo tang. Abyar gang kulo. Gajay marali gang kulo tang. Yeah, can I give you? All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Billy Luke. Yeah, can I give you? Yes. Tune in, everyone. I hope you are all ready now. I'm going to forward the link so you guys can actually join me for this interactive dialogue. So I invite all of you to join me in the studio before I start the topic. Or I can just go ahead and read the article. And I'm going to pin it up there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Billy Luke. I'm coming live today to actually host a program pertaining to one of the articles written by Honorable Ezekiel Gatkuoth, calling for the conduct of the general election in South Sudan. It's one of the articles being posted out there in the social media. I think some of you went through it and you might have read it so far. However, I would simply like to read it out to you so to give you a clue, especially for those who did not go through this article. So here is this article written by Honorable Ezekiel Gatkuoth, the former ambassador and Minister of Petroleum for South Sudan, who is now, in South Sudan, but he has no position he's holding right now in the unity government. So this is an article that he actually published it in the media, and he's actually calling for the conduct of the general election in South Sudan. So here is one of the good articles that I would like to share with you. It's very, very interesting article. And this is what I believe should be the only exit strategy out of this conflict in South Sudan. So here is the article. It goes like this. By Ezekiel Gatkuoth, the Republic of South Sudan was born literally out of the ashes on 9 July 2011 after a decade of a debilitating and costly war. The people of South Sudan must be appreciated for their sustained commitment to sovereign independence and to finally win their freedom despite the great cost that we pay in both life and treasure. Since 2011, our nation of 10 million people has continued to face strife and human misery. Indeed, with the Republic secure, internal war started again in December 2013. This conflict devastated the country and pushed many of our citizens to become internally displaced, as well as refugees in neighboring countries. Another peace agreement was reached in 2015, but the war continued to play even before it seemed the ink was dry upon the very papers our leaders signed. Of course, those who have followed the fate of our country are likely familiar with the Sudan People Liberation Movement, SPLM, SPLA, IO, and the main political group that has long opposed our central government. However, the SPLM is one of only a number of disparate and armed rebel movements that have sought to destabilize our country and in turn an already ravaged region that yearn for peace and stability. Some of these groups, together with the SPLM, actually signed an historic 2018 peace agreement with the government, one that we all sided and hope would finally bring this spiraling conflict to its ultimate conclusion. However, instead of working toward a lasting peace, once again, opposition leaders thereafter rejected the agreement and formed yet another platform, the South Sudan Opposition Movement Alliance, which is called SOMA. Today, SOMA, while already split into several factions, is negotiating in Rome with the official government representative to sign yet another peace agreement. To be sure, the lack of a unified opposition voice, one that is collectively lifted in good faith, has made the work of the mediators increasingly difficult. Nevertheless, the government stands ready to make peace and to negotiate with any rebel faction to achieve it. Our country and our people have suffered for too long. Our salvation lies in looking ahead to the future, not picking fight with the ghost of an ugly face. His Excellency General Salva Kiir Mayardit, the President of the Republic of South Sudan, and his government is committed to bring peace to the country at all costs. When and how is this rebellion going to end? Today, this is the central question. The winners of this election, regardless of who it may ultimately be, will lead and represent all of the people, not just those that voted for them. When and how is this rebellion going to end? Today, this is the central question we must answer. We must answer it together as one unified people. In my estimation, a democratic election is a solution that will push our pace. The last election South Sudan sought to hold took place in 2010, back when Sudan was one. For the purpose of securing the peace in South Sudan, now that we have secured our republic, we must have an election. We must have an election that is free and fair and in line with both our regional and international convention, including the African Charter on Democracy and Election. For this to happen, we must first agree on a process to disarm and rehabilitate armed combatants, for they too have a right to participate in South Sudan future, so long as they commit to peace and to a democratic future. Second, we must complete a credible population census to ensure that every eligible voter is accounted for and duly given the right to cast their ballot. Third, we must undertake a comprehensive voter registration drive so that our voting population is properly accounted for. Only after this step have been completed can we then organize a truly free and fair election, one that will make both our country and the world proud. The three steps that are proposed by Honorable Ezekiel Gatkuoth are, first of all, is actually calling for absolute disarmament, rehabilitation of the armed combatant. That means referring to the rebel forces or any combatant that is out there fighting the government. They have to be disarmed, and then after disarmament, they have to be rehabilitated so they can actually go back to the society, to the civil society, and live a civilian life. And then that is the first step. That means arms have to be put down, and then these fighting forces have to be integrated into the civil society so that they can actually partake in the democratic election. The second step that he proposed is to call for a credible population census. That means we have to count the census of South Sudan. We have to conduct a head count in South Sudan as the number two step to ensure the process of the election, so that we have to know how many people are in the country that are going to vote. And then after the conduct of the population census, then the next step is to make sure we have to do what we call a voter registration drive. That means we have to make sure we register every voter in every county, in every constituency, so that we have to know exactly how many people are actually eligible to vote. You know, these are the constitutional process that we have to go through in order to conduct a free and fair election. So these are actually the basic requirements for the conduct of the general election. So in this election, and in a true democratic fashion, the losers must congratulate the winners, and the winners, thus equipped with a national mandate. This is underwritten by the genuine will of the people, must begin the work of nation building and uniting the people of South Sudan. indeed the winners of this election, regardless of who it may be ultimately, will lead and represent all of the people, not just those that voted for them. It is in this spirit that I call upon the African Union, United Nations, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, and the broader international community to help South Sudan to make sure that this election is free and fair, that it is transparent and accountable to our people. Our people rightly deserves an election in which nobody feels cheated and in which all factions prove their commitment to ending war and prospering in peace. Put simply, this is the only viable path forward to end the rebellion and truly win our freedom in South Sudan. The author, Ezekiel Gatkuoth, is a former South Sudan ambassador to USA and former Minister of Petroleum. So this is actually the article written by Ezekiel Gatkuoth. And so all of you are now informed about the way forward in the conduct of the free and fair election. So this is basically what former ambassador and former Minister of Petroleum for South Sudan, Honorable Ezekiel Gatkuoth, has proposed the strategy how to exit out of this conflict in South Sudan. So, and that exit strategy is the call for the conduct of the free and fair election in South Sudan. This is basically what I believe should be the only way to resolve the South Sudan conflict. Otherwise, I don't believe in the power sharing and all these peace agreements being signed every now and then. And then when they come to Juba, it is very, very, very difficult to actually implement that peace agreement. So that's why we are actually stuck and we cannot move forward with the practical implementation of the peace agreement. So I think that is clear there. The second article that I would like to read to you is the article pertaining to the SPLA-IO General Chief of Staff, General Gatwec boycott fees and summon his Commander-in-Chief, Dr. Riek Machar, to actually brief them about the progress of the revitalized peace agreement implementation in South Sudan. That is exactly what General Gatwec is actually demanding and require his Commander-in-Chief, Dr. Riek Machar, to either avail himself to the General Chief of Staff so that he can actually brief them on the progress of the revitalized peace agreement. So here is an article written by African Press. The headline goes like this: breaking news, Riek Machar is a prison in Juba, SPLA-IO military chiefs. SPLA-IO Chief of Staff, First Lieutenant General Simon Gatwec, as in an exclusive interview with Radio Tamanzuch, say that his boss, First Vice President, Dr. Riek Machar, is a prisoner in Juba and cannot even visit his troops and areas under his control. He also claimed the implementation of the peace deal is waning behind schedule and prior. Radio Tamanzuch sounded him out, and below are edited excerpts from the conversation. So I would like to walk you through the interview General Gatwec have actually conducted on Radio Tamanzuch. And so I'm going to read out here the excerpt of his conversation on the Radio Tamanzuch. So there is a scripted comment here. So here are the quotation from the Radio Tamanzuch interview with General Gatwec. So bear with me. Number one is a question being posted to him. A couple of weeks ago, you wrote requesting that your chairman Dr. Riek Machar be allowed to visit and brief you and your forces about the status of the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan. What has happened in this regard? That was a question posed to General Garwidwal by the Radio Tomazich presenter. So here is his answer to that question. Yes, this is true. I remember I wrote to the Troika, African Union, and it got to allow Riek Machar to come visit us in the places where we are currently based. He went to implement the agreement which were signed in Addis Ababa and Khartoum in 2018. Dr. Riek Machar left for Juba in February this year to implement the revitalized agreement on the resolution on the conflict resolution of South Sudan, and has now spent 9 months in Juba without success. I say this because our forces have been put in training centers for 13 to 14 months without being passed out, and they have no food supplies. So I requested that he be released so that he can come to visit these places of ours, but the government there in Juba does not want. So that is why I wrote to IGAD. We want Machar to come and give us his forces a briefing on whether this is a genuine peace or not. Is Dr. Riek Machar in jail or not in jail? I can say authoritatively that Dr. Riek Machar is still in prison because he cannot go and visit his forces, his people, and areas under his control, and the government has not yet been fully established. Our officials have not been appointed, and the army and police have not been passed out. Okay, the second question was, has anybody replied to your letter requesting Dr. Riek, Riek Machar visit? That was the second question posed by Radio Tamazi. And here is the answer to that question by Gerald Garwidwa. And it goes like this. I have not received a reply up to now, and I even wrote another request because there is a problem. On the 21st of September 2020, our forces were attacked in Moroto training camp, and on the 28th, Poro training center was also attacked. On the 28th, Poro training center was also attacked. On the 29th, another training center was attacked. And then on the 4th of this month, a research squad of ours was attacked. Yesterday at 5 p.m., our second headquarters, based in Joko, was shelled using artillery pieces. Is this piece? That was Garwij quotation there. Yeah. So you said you wrote another letter. Was there a response? This was another question by Radio Tomasic. And then his answer was, there is no response up to now. This now means I have to defend myself because Dr. Riek Machar is in jail. That was an answer of Gerald Garwidwa. So now that you have written twice with no response, what is your next course of action as SPLA-IO chief of staff? His answer was this: I will engage in self-defense forthwith. Then it was followed by another question: what does that imply? And then his answer was this: this means that if we are attacked again like it happened yesterday evening, it means we will fight. That was the response of General Garwidwa to the Radio Samazi. And then the last question was, I think it's not the last question. Are you announcing the commencement of war? That was another question posed by Radio Tomasic. And then his answer was this one. On the 21st, on the 28th, on the 29th of September, and the 4th of this month, which is actually October of this month, we have been continuously attacked and nothing has been done. See, that is Garwidwal complaining there. So month after month, the salient points in the peace agreement are not being implemented. Dr. Riek Machar went to implement the peace agreement in Juba 9 months ago, and there is still no success in implementation. There is nothing. So what can I do apart from self-defense? How are you going to defend yourself and fight when you have people in Juba, including your boss? What does this mean? I cannot sit like a woman. That was his answer. So if you are attacked, will you counterattack? I will fight immediately if I am attacked again because I have evidence of the attack on us. On the 21st, on the 28th, on the 29th of last month, and on the 4th of this month, I defended myself. All this time, we did not react and only defended ourselves. How can there be peace when this attack continues? Another question was, are you saying the peace agreement has collapsed? Some people have been compromised with little money to scuttle the agreement. Our forces are here without food and medicine and have not been phased out. These issues can negatively affect and fail this peace agreement, and this is what the government in Juba desire. This is politics. Even Dr. Riek Machar stays in one place and cannot move around in Juba, and is worried about his security. He does not even have his bodyguard, and he's guarded by Salva Kiir guards. How can the person you fought with guard you? What is your opinion on the suggestion by some people that the unified forces have not been passed out because there are no rifles to arm them? Firearms are available. Salva Kiir has weapons, but does not want to arm these forces because he wants them to desert. Salva Kiir said with his mouth that there are no weapons, while he's at the same time bought weapons. He recently procured weapons. He even recently bought more than 200 vehicles. And these are the vehicles of war. Toyota Land Cruisers, pickup trucks. So what do you think is the intention of the government in Juba regarding the issue of the firearm? I see that what we have is not a genuine peace. Salva Kiir said with his mouth that Riek Machar has no place to pass this time. Dr. Riek Machar momentarily is a prisoner. That is why all these attacks on our position continue. Riek is in Juba doing nothing. So now that President Kiir is saying there are no arms for the unified forces, what do you want to tell your forces who are in training centers? That is another question posed by Radio Tomazic to Gerald Garwidwal. And then this was his response. If President Kiir is saying there are no arms, this means our forces have to go back to their respective SPLA IO bases where they came from. There is no problem. Is this a directive or your reply to President Kiir? I am still for peace, but when I'm attacked, there is a problem. The problem is that this situation has found Dr. Riek Machar in Juba. There is no other way. Machar did not plan well during the peace negotiation in Addis Ababa and Khartoum and has now found himself in prison. Some people say he is not in prison, but I say he is in prison. Why has he not visited areas under his control? Are you in communication with your boss, Dr. Riek Machar? I am in communication with him. I tell him we have been attacked here and there, but he keeps quiet and only reply that it will be resolved. I ask, resolved when? Okay. And then the question was this: if Dr. Riek Machar keeps saying the problem will be sorted while the attack keeps happening, what is your stand? My stand now is that of self-defense. Well, Riek Machar is in peace, but he is supposed to come and give us a briefing on the status and implementation process of the peace agreement. A lot of time has passed and nothing is being implemented successfully. If it is a comprehensive and genuine peace, let him come and visit our location and tell us this is peace. Another question. Since you are in communication with Dr. Machar, Why don't you ask him if the peace agreement is dead or alive? His answer was this. This is exactly why I want him to visit areas under my control. These are the areas where his soldiers are. This is what I want. But the government is not listening. If they listen, let them allow them to visit these places. Then we will know that there is peace. Then another question was being posted. What message do you want to convey to the people of South Sudan as the chief of the staff of the SPLA-IO? I want to tell all the people of South Sudan, those in the SPLM-IO and those in the government in Juba, that the revitalized peace agreement should be genuinely implemented by everybody across the divide, so that the people of South Sudan are happy. The government in Juba has not implemented the peace agreement fully. And that was the end of it, ladies and gentlemen. Now I have to stop there, and then you have to analyze all this. All right. All right. Okay. Charles Aipu, I just posted the link there. I don't have to play the audio. I don't have the audio from the radio to Mazuch, but I just read out the script. That was the script extracted from the radio to Mazuch. It was actually published by the African Press. So I don't know whether you want to dispute it or not. I think the conversation was very clear. The conversation was very clear. It was between the Radio Tamazish and Gerald Garwidwal. So it is very clear, according to the AGDEF being read out, that Gerald Garwidwal is actually summoning his commander-in-chief, Dr. Riek Machar, to actually come to his area under his control, so he can come and brief them about the revitalized peace agreement implementation. That is exactly what Gerald Garwidwal is actually demanding from his boss, Dr. Riek Machar, so he can actually come to his area under his control, so he can come and brief his military officers under the command of Gerald Garwidwal. But to me, I don't think this is actually a genuine call for a consultation with the military officers. But it is another tactical strategy for Gerald Garwidwal to actually lure Dr. Riek Machar out of Juba, so he can actually come in and consult with him in the cantonment side where Dr. Garwidwal is actually located with his forces, so that they can actually detain Dr. Riek Machar there, and then he cannot come back to Juba. And that means it is another tactical way to enable Dr. Riek Machar to come out of Juba. Once he's out of Juba, it will mean the peace agreement is over. Because it is already very clear in his conversation that he's complaining about why is the peace agreement not being implemented. He believes strongly that his forces have been attacked several times. Probably around maybe his forces have been attacked on the 21st, on the 28th, and on the 29th of September. And then he's also complaining that his forces were also being attacked on the 4th of October. And then he said that if his forces are going to be attacked once again, then he will respond in self-defense. So this means this guy is not genuine in what he's calling for. So I don't think he's actually calling for Dr. Riek Machar to come and condole with him as the General Chief of Staff for the SPLA, IO, and other military officers under his command. His tactic here is actually to enable Dr. Riek Machar to come out of Juba. And once he's out of Juba, he will actually declare that the peace agreement is not being implemented in a genuine manner. And so they will call for the IO to pull out of that peace agreement. And that means it is a return to war. So that's why Dr. Riek Machar is not comfortable to actually come there and brief his military officers. And at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is quite ridiculous for a military officer who is actually junior or subordinate to his boss or commander-in-chief, Dr. Riek Machar, to actually summon his own commander-in-chief. No general chief of staff can actually summon his commander-in-chief to come and brief him or her. But it would be the general chief of staff to actually avail himself to his boss, wherever he may be. Either on the phone, they can actually talk on the phone, or he can come in person. There is no point why Dr. Garwidwal, General Garwidwal, can stay in the controlled areas under his command. Instead, he can just get a logistic and come to Juba. And then I believe his boss, Dr. Riek Machar, can actually brief him on the progress of the peace inside Juba. And then he can actually be allowed to go back to the cantonment site where his forces are actually located. Otherwise, we all know the position of General Garwidwal, ever since the signing of the peace agreement, and ever since his boss, Dr. Riek Machar, joined the unity government since last year. So we know General Garwidwal has never accepted to come to Juba. And that means I can conclude that Garwidwal is actually boycotting the peace and is summoning his own commander-in-chief, which is totally ridiculous, and it is unacceptable in any way. So if it is a matter of consulting with his boss, it is very easy for Dr. Riek Machar to simply brief him on the telephone. Yes, he can simply do it on the telephone. He can simply do it on the telephone, and then it will be the responsibility of the General Chief of Staff to convey the same message to the forces under his controlled area. And that is what I believe should be done. So the fact that General Garwidwal is actually calling for his bosses to come to the area is totally unacceptable, it is laughable, and it is ridiculous in real sense. Everybody should just come to the conclusion that this man is actually calling for all the IO forces, including the SPLM IO leadership, to pull out of South Sudan unity government so that they can actually go back to the jungle or go back to the bush to continue the war. So that is exactly what General Garwidwal is actually calling for. So I think that message is very clear, and that is actually the ill intention behind the boycott and summoning of Dr. Riek Machar by General Garwidwal. There's nothing attached to that other than calling for the return to the war. So the choice is up to Dr. Riek Machar, and Dr. Riek Machar should not just play it that way. If he doesn't want to implement the peace agreement, it is up to him whether he wants to respond to his General Chief of Staff or to continue and stay in Juba. But he can actually discipline his own military general, Garwidwal, because the way he's behaving is the reason why the unified forces, which were actually the combination of forces that were actually drawn from the SPLA-IO forces and the South Sudan South Sudan People Defense Force, have been combined together. So this is actually what is causing tension in the unified forces, and that's why these combined forces cannot be graduated due to this internal strife or internal conflict within the forces, because the forces that were drawn from the SPLA-IO forces, they are not actually complying with the protocol of the unified forces, because they are being confused by the General Chief of Staff as well as Commander-in-Chief. So if Dr. Riek Machar cannot actually rein in his own General Chief of Staff by disciplining him for disobeying his orders, then I think he should also be considered a political accomplice in the complication of the revitalized peace agreement implementation. So it is actually according to the protocol, military protocol must be obeyed by the General Chief of Staff. So it is not up to General Garwidwal to actually dictate and disdain the orders of his Commander-in-Chief, Dr. Riek Machar. So Dr. Riek Machar must take this into full accountability to make sure he must take a disciplinary action against his military general, so that his military general must actually comply with the protocol of the peace agreement. Or if he wants to respond to his demand, then he can just simply brief the General Chief of Staff on the telephone call. It is very easy. All the military officers of the SPLA-IO can sit together under one one telephone, and then they can actually get a phone call from Dr. Riek Machar. And then Dr. Riek Machar can simply just brief them, and they can listen. So whatever that is going to be presented to them will actually indicate the same thing that is supposed to be present in person by Dr. Riek Machar if he were actually to avail himself in the area under the control of General Garwidwal. So that is why it is ridiculous for Garwidwal to continue to say, oh, I want Dr. Riek Machar to come out of Juba and visit us in their control area so that he can actually brief them about the progress of the revitalized peace agreement implementation. So that does not actually make any sense. For those of you who can just make their own analysis about this demand by General Garwidwal, it doesn't make any sense. And if we look in the military protocol, this is actually a military officer who is being disobedient to his military boss. And therefore, it is a responsibility incumbent upon Dr. Riek Machar, who is the commander-in-chief of the SPLA-IO, to actually discipline his military officer, General Garwidwal, for disobeying his orders and actually contempting to his military authority in that case. So this is actually a pure disobedience to the commander-in-chief of the SPLA-IO forces. So that's why we have to, pressure Dr. Riek Machar to take action, disciplinary action against his General Chief of Staff, because he's actually the one trying to undermine the revitalized peace agreement implementation. That's why the peace is actually being complicated. General Garwidwal went as far as calling his bosses to be a prisoner, alleging that he's in prison. This is just a political incitement, according to my understanding. This is not actually a genuine call for a consultation or a briefing on the progress of the rebid. So this is actually quite ridiculous for a general chief of staff to continue to say that that his bosses is actually in prison in Juba. He's not in prison. He's free to move anywhere, and he accepts genuinely to continue with the formation of the unity government and implement the peace practice. If it is a matter of security arrangement, I think he's in the safe hand. Dr. Riek Machar is more safer than under his own forces. I believe if Dr. Riek Machar accepts to go out today and visit his controlled area under Garwidwal, I think Garwidwal will actually place him immediately under military detention. You know, given the political polarization among the IO supporters currently, I think it is not a conducive environment for Dr. Riek Machar to actually avail himself in the area under the control of Garwidwal. Garwidwal is actually against the peace, and he has never come to acceptance that he wants to be part of this peace agreement ever since its signing in Khartoum. So if Garwidwal has to be believed and trust for what he's actually summoning his boss for, I think he should have first availed himself in Juba to actually demonstrate the genuineness of his concern for the practical implementation of the peace agreement. Otherwise, we all understand he's just playing a tactical strategy here to lure his bosses into his military side so that he can just simply arrest him and detain him. And then he can actually declare himself the new chairman of the SPLA-IO and then actually plunge the country back to war. This is exactly what is behind the tactic here. So whether this is actually a military maneuver or this is actually a political maneuverability to actually try to galvanize the polarized SPLM-IO members or supporters who are already in disarray and in a ramified position whereby they cannot get along simply because all the political figures within the SPLM-IO have already, divided themselves because they do not trust in Dr. Riek Machar as their leader, and so they want to topple him politically, and they want to take over the leadership of the SPLM-IO, SPLA-IO leadership. And this is actually what they are looking for strategically. So the same political figures that are now calling for the ousting or replacement of Dr. Riek Machar are the same political figures that are also maneuvering militarily with General Garwidwal so that they can actually lure Dr. Riek Machar to come to the areas under their control so that Dr. Riek Machar can simply be arrested and put in a military detention. And then these political figures that are now calling for the replacement of Dr. Riek Machar can just take over. Or maybe Garwidwal can actually take over. So their strategy is very clear. And I also understand Dr. Riek Machar understand what is actually going on under the table. That is exactly the strategy behind this game here. They want to take control of Dr. Riek Machar, and then they have to take over his leadership. And I believe it means people have to go back to war under the leadership of General Garwidwal. So the government of South Sudan should understand very clearly that General Garwidwal is not for peace, is for war, and he's against this peace since day one. That is why he never stepped his feet in Juba following the signing of this revitalized peace agreement in Khartoum last year. So he's actually refusing to come to Juba for that purpose because he's never part of the peace agreement. It is exactly the same thing that is being maneuvered militarily by General Gatwec, whom we all believe strongly that is not a part of the SPLA-IO. It's just a separate a military faction with a different agenda than IO. So I think we all understand what is going on under the table. This is all a coordinated political strategy. This is all a coordinated military maneuverability so that they can actually plunge the country back to war. And I think the government of South Sudan is aware of this military and political commotion between the two camps. General Gatwec and General Johnson Ulun are two parallel military generals that have never trusted this peace agreement. They're a bit like the peace agreement, and they are not even part of it. But they just want to sabotage the peace by actually luring or trapping Dr. Riek Machar so he can come out of Juba, and then he can actually be susceptible or be vulnerable to military arrest, and then later on be detained, and then his leadership will be replaced with a new military chief of staff, and then will be replaced with a new commander-in-chief who could probably become General Gatwec himself, given his power as one of the senior military generals in the SPLA-IO hierarchy so far. So these are the military strategy being designed to actually trap Dr. Riek Machar to come to the area under the control of SPLA-IO forces, so they can actually simply arrest him and detain him, and then that means the peace is over. So that's the reason why Dr. Riek Machar is not responding. It's not even wasting his time because he knows he's being trapped. And Dr. Riek Machar is not that foolish to just walk into a lion den with a toothless, a toothless mouse. So he's not that stupid to be actually blindfolded by General Gatwec. So all of us should understand very clearly, ladies and gentlemen, that Gatwec is not for peace, and he has never accepted this peace agreement. So the fact that he's actually criticizing the peace and implementation does not even concern him, because he has never been a part of the peace, the peace agreement anyway. If he's actually the SPLA-IO General Chief of Staff, he should be in Juba with his bosses like he did in the previous year, in 2016, when he came to Juba. He was the first to come to Juba. But the reason why he didn't come to Juba this time around, ahead of his chairman or commander-in-chief, Dr. Riek Machar, is simply because he didn't agree in principle to this peace agreement. I don't know whether he's actually being scared of something or whether he's totally against peace. That's what I can conclude. It's not for peace, because ever since the signing of peace in 2018, he never accepted to come to Juba. Just like General Johnson Ulun himself refused to come to Juba for the same reason. But we all know very well that the relationship between General Johnson Ulun and General Gatwec is just a matter of military alliance. But in reality, they have two separate agenda they are fighting for. General Johnson Ulun is fighting for the lands in Afanal against the Dinka. That is his common agenda. He has nothing to do with regime change or fight the government. That's why his forces are never deployed anywhere. And they are not even part of the current SPLA-IO forces. And they are not even in the cantonment side where the SPLA-IO forces are. But it is true that they have this military alliance that they can fight because they believe that they are fighting a common enemy. Given the fact that the constituencies whom General Gatwec is targeting in Apanal are actually pro-government. So as a result of that, they'd be like, okay, we have to join rank and file. So as long as we are facing common enemy. And who is that common enemy? Is what they refer to as people supporting the government. So the people that Gerald Johnson Ulonya are fighting are supporting the government. So as a result of that, that's what makes him to make a military alliance with Gerald Garwidwal. And Gerald Garwidwal can be seen as somebody who have actually defected from the forces of Dr. Riek Machar. And he has never been part of this peace agreement. We should all understand that. So that's why Dr. Riek Machar and the government of South Sudan do not even want to waste time responding to the demand of Gerald Garwidwal, because what he's doing is just a military maneuvering, or it is just a political maneuverability to lure or trap Dr. Riek Machar to come back to the bush so that they can actually sabotage the peace agreement and go back to war, blind the country back to war. This is exactly what Gerald Garwidwal is doing. Or if we come to the military protocol or military code of conduct, there is no military officer, whether you are a general chief of staff or whatever rank you may have in the army, you have no authority or mandate whatsoever to demand and summon your own commander-in-chief to appear before you for whatever military briefing that you are calling for. So that's why it is totally ridiculous for us as South Sudanese to actually try to reckon with what is being demanded by Gerald Garwidwal. So in this case, Gerald Garwidwal is being disobedient, and he's actually acting belligerently as a defected military general from the forces of Dr. Riek Machar. But Dr. Riek Machar is just playing a political status quo while he's sitting in Juba. How is he playing a military status quo? Because sorry, the computer was about to shut down because of the power, so I have to plug it in. So Dr. Riek Machar is actually playing a political status quo, not to respond in any way to his former general chief of staff. And he does not even want to actually, terminate him from that position, because given the fact that he's still in the control of most forces of the forces are now under the command of Gerald Garwidwal. So he's actually trying to play smart here by not trying to say, you know what, I sack you from this position, or that I terminate you from this position. But he's just trying to play it cool. At the same time, Dr. Riek Machar understands that General Garwidwal come from the very stronghold where he used to enjoy much of his support, and that's where he used to actually seek a military sanctuary or military refuge during the SPLA-IO military operation in Greater Afana region. So he understands potentially that majority of his supporters and forces under his command in IO come predominantly from the central Nuer, the Pangaks, and the eastern Nuer. But now that General Kongchor Anley is already in Juba and has defected, with vast majority of the IO officers from the eastern Nuer, that means he has no supporters anymore in the eastern Nuer area. Now you cannot afford to lose Garwidwal. He has already lost support in the Pangak area, and now he's already in tension with the central Nuer under the command of Gerald Garwidwal. So this is the reason why Dr. Riek Machar is actually playing it carefully, not to actually terminate Gerald Garwidwal. So maybe he's just gambling while in status quo, but he cannot risk it by availing himself in the area under the control of Gatwec at this current point, because he's likely to be arrested and detained by General Gatwec, and then a new leadership would likely be announced. That means the country will actually return back to war under Gatwec. I mean, the SPLA-IO will be reunified, and then they will go back to war. The only area that I know Dr. Riek Machar is actually enjoying peace and support is among his Dok Nuer and other county or section within the Nuer of Bantu. Otherwise, he has lost vast majority of his supporters as a result that majority of the political figures from Central Nuer, from Pangak, and from Eastern Nuer are now calling for the replacement of Dr. Riek Machar. The same thing applies to the military officers. So all the military officers under the IO, SPLA-IO leadership, under the command of General Chief of Staff, Gatwec, they are now politicized. So they don't want Dr. Riek Machar to be in Juba. They want him to be out of Juba in what they perceive as lack of implementation of practical peace in South Sudan. So they want to actually lure the chairman, commander-in-chief out of Juba, and then once he's outside of Juba, in the area under their control, and then they will eventually say, you are not going back. They will detain him, and they will put him under military detention. Or maybe they will say, you know what, we have to conduct the popular consensus. That means you are no longer wanted by the people or members of the SPLM, SPLA-IO, because they don't trust you anymore. So they will throw you, they will throw him aside, and then they will replace him with someone of their choice. So this is exactly what is going on. You can see it here on Facebook, how members of the SPLM, SPLA-IO are politically in disarray. They are all over Facebook arguing themselves, and they want to replace, they're calling for the replacement of Dr. Riek Machar. Yeah, I understand their political move. It's not that they want to join the government, but it is because they are not happy with Dr. Riek Machar. That's why General Kongchor Anley is in Juba now. He did not just join Dr. Salva Kiir Mayardit simply because he didn't like the IO. He joined Dr. Riek Machar because they believe that Dr. Riek Machar have actually turned SPLA-IO into a family enterprise. Given the fact that he has actually turned IO into a political nepotism, favoritism for his own family. So by favoring his own family members, he's actually to assign the key ministerial portfolio to his family members. And that's why all these main positions that were supposed to be distributed in accordance to the qualification of the members of the SPLM-IO is actually being given to his family members only. So it is true that Dr. Riek Machar have turned SPLM-IO into a family enterprise by only employing his family members in favorable position, like the Ministry of Petroleum, like the Minister of Defense, like other ministries, in that case. So it is very clear, and this is the reason why now SPLM-IO members and even the military officers are not happy with Dr. Riek Machar. So I think that is the done case.
Okay, so it is very clear, and this is the reason why
Bany Wilson Lloyd
members and even the military officers are not happy with Dr. Riek Machar.
Yeah.
So
in third value.
I think.
Yeah, Billy, look, what's up?
You're Ben. And Lloyd.
So it's very clear, and this is the reason why. When Wilson Lloyd,
I think I talk to him.
Okay, sure.
Officers are not happy with them.
Quite the put a feet.
Yeah.
I don't know, Carol, where he gentleman.
I just get the jala.
In third value, I think.
Chopping man. Yeah, Billy, look, what's up?
You're Ben.
In Piang. Eka wunti la wunti na mo tulu play ya bijal.
When Wilson Lloyd,
I think I talk to him.
Okay, sure. Officers are not happy with them.
Quite the put a feet.
Yeah. I don't know, Carol, where he gentleman.
Let me get my headphones.
Third value, I think.
Chopping man.
Yeah, Billy, look. You're Ben. In Piang. Eka wunti la wunti na mo tulu play ya bijal. When Wilson Lloyd, I think I talk to him. Okay, sure. Officers are not happy with them. Yeah. I don't know.
Let me get my headphones.
Third value, I think.
Chopping man.
Yeah, Billy, look. You're Ben. In Piang. Eka wunti la wunti na mo tulu play ya bijal.
Let me get out and come back again.
Okay. Kwa yen waka dai back and your join studio kuna na ora na comment and Ben Martin ke yilau jam da ke jam tin ke ki former ambassador of South Sudan and former minister of petroleum to Sudan honorable Ezekiel Gatkuoth ke chiloi for force the only way un bi ko jal mashakal bata junu Sudan ke bi election bloy faani junu Sudan goran te ba ko baani junu Sudan ba ko baani junu Sudan be jot de ci gon bi sha benin chwat ikene en gi ci honorable Ezekiel Gatkuoth chen jam tin elule yen ke bo ko e mashakal ka faani junu Sudan ke buk chwat baani e ba baani chwat goran ba baani bi nyaay e cha bi ke bi nyaay en ki ci Gatkuoth ci kwen ka ro jaman tin ke mi ci la de mi ci la dara ni chol banda ayo de jenya ayo chol garwidwal garwidwal jam gule le yen bande ne ra ni chor yek ma cha ban yek ma cha awu bi lo riata de ku bi kek la jam nim lo le do len twin pa ni junu Sudan ke mi ci la de mi ci la dara ni chol banda ayo de jenya ayo chol garwidwal jetem na je jam na garwidwal jam gule le yen bande ne ra ni chor yek ma cha ban yek ma cha awu bi lo riata de ku bi kek la jam nim
Angor ke so do woni ne lu rafidi.
len twin pa ni junu Sudan mi ci la de I don't know ni ka lu ka ko cha down da chan de telephone banda ayo de jenya ayo chol garwidwal
Ai de nam tu divide.
jam na garwidwal jam gule le yen bande ne ra ni chor yek ma cha ban yek ma cha awu bi
Taw volume tok pin volume divide tok taw pin nak ban taw pin ziar. Angor ke so do woni ne lu rafidi.
I don't know ni ka lu ka ko cha down da chan de telephone
Okay.
banda ayo de jenya ayo chol garwidwal
Ai de nam tu divide.
jam na garwidwal jam gule le yen bande ne ra ni chor yek ma cha ban yek ma cha
Angor ke piang ni. Taw volume tok pin volume divide tok taw pin nak. All right. Hello? It's good now, right? Kere jam da bay pingrol.
pengen man
I wa ji ja good ai.
I check it on one anyway, so okay now. Everything is clear.
In jati do wan wo je bana yidi win kin wo be dum nim to wo di nim.
Oh no, yen ci nam ben pat kala chan ben lo la kam ka chola ye daman wan bo ben program man wan ta tini ka chola ye ko ke lo tin wan go jo ben lo no ke che chan ci kan ben ka go jo no ke ta wa da ko to dan ini ta pol bere lo
Yeah, it's a word. Yes, I mean a calling there low. Yes.
o ta inin ke ka ja ku di emia ke chi ta inin to dan ne le bok yen yong ye lo chan bo ko ben ben
Kum ya ginchi lui mu.
an chi lu mia ga to pa
Al book bete misai nen mi akacha no kene ke ko
ya ko ben ben ya
ane ti lawyer side nene asa tisa wa koten Africa. So it will give us book quite
big guy.
Quick kadang china game option but I sharing it in a quick kidi. Ayen kadang ayen show kena kinan game option banen share up kuch ngidi.
Oh, apa inda telephone nang much?
La and she died telephone. Anyway, yeah, I don't know how many people you have.
I can quite good die anyway. Kichira about 8 people got in the die.
Okay.
I quite taken a roda waiting. Chan to talk on this platform. She quite got a big die what she got in more. So she
really? Let me check it here.
So ka yok topic jam tin chaping. Ko le bango ko be lo charo.
La chaping. Ye na ja quick book ja jam tong nga. Almemu jam tong English while it is some kind of national issues. You know, it's very complicated when you read all these questions before, and I read them maybe yesterday. There are a lot of things that you can analyze, and you can come out with a lot of things that are really going well. First of all, to me, it's showing that even though he claimed in one of his answers from the AQ that he communicated with Riek Machar, I don't think they have communication. That's one thing that I identified. If they have communication, he should not write 2 letters in the same 1 month. He should have to consult with his boss and find out what is the problem and talk with him before he wrote the letters. Now, to me, it's telling me that the guy himself have no communication with his commander, who is in Juba. That's one thing. The other thing telling us that he act like somebody who still have a process. So what he's trying to do is to contact international community by his own power. Because if you are a chief of staff under somebody, being a military officer or military senior officer, you are not allowed to go and practice the diplomat while you are under somebody who is under Riek Machar. So all this can tell you that the guy really is alone. He has his own agenda. He had nothing to do with Riek Machar. Even though he's writing this, is just to let the world know that there are issues going on with his own claim by claiming that Riek should come and see the military headquarters and explain how the peace is going. So to me, the guy really, number one, have no communication with Riek Machar. Number two, he established himself as another commander-in-chief in his own territory. And you go back to a little bit during 2019 in early November, December, when Comrade Chol Riles, Chol James Kong Riles, used to visit the cantonment or where the IO went. I did not see any video clip. Chol went to where he is located now in Pangak, unless I was not aware on that day. Chol very much come to the eastern Jekany. He went to Pangak, he went to Nasir, he went to the Equatoria, and you never see Comrade Chol, James Kong Riles went to where there is Wulong and him. That's what in the beginning of last year, coming to 2000. The same thing when Angelina Teng come to become a minister of the army of the whole South Sudan. She never visited this guy, and she never visited where is the Wolonyi's forces are located. So that's another indicator that within the Riek camp there are a lot of conspiracy going on or a lot of issues, but nobody know exactly unless you are on the ground. So by Angelina, who is the head of security of Riek Machar since 2015 until now, she become a defense minister. So in protocol, the so-called chief of staff should be under the defense minister right now. And you can see when Riek was sworn in, Angelina, this guy never show up for the reason we don't know. So that can tell you that they have some issues. And early in May, in April and May, there was a rumor that he has communicated with the government, the chief of staff himself, that he's there he can do his own way out to come to the government and do the thing. So now, make a conclusion. I see one of our brothers, he's at work. I will stop here. I may come in later to explain more. But the letter is really telling the people of South Sudan and the world that the guy have no communication with Riek Machar, is trying to lay out, or another way around. You never know. If Riek told him, go ahead, give him green light, that you can write those letters if the international can allow me to go, and then from there I can see my own way. That could be another possibility. You never know. So I will stop here and I will see this guy. He's at work. Maybe he can go ahead, and then I will stop here.
Yeah. Okay. Let me give Abraham Ball a chance because he's at work, and then I will ask you more questions after that. Just because we want to give him the chance because he's at work. So yes, Abraham.
Look.
Yes. Into more than Abraham.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I try to get a chat a little bit because I'm working. Okay. And
right.
I try you yesterday. I try you on Sunday, and then I don't know what's going on with you have a lot of Hiko, something like that, which is not a problem. Go back to wherever 3 subjects you did. 3 subjects. I have one first is how went wrong in wrestling in Juba. I mean,
hey, you don't need to comment on wrestling anymore. We did that.
No, I'm coming. I want to get chat on something. It's a Nizam Al-Khan Pimal Batal with Pijuba Markways. That the one thing. The second, there is focus on outside here. They talk about they want to wrestling with Bargadal. They don't know where Alvaro, how God, Yamula Aja de ma jungle. They don't know Bargadal. Now we're gonna start building this up good. And let them do that with Irul. I think that's what it is. That they're not gonna call Barkazal coming in with whatever that name. I don't like it.
No.
That's why I want to say this.
I want to say this. You got it wrong. You got it wrong. People of Lagos State were the one actually branding their team as Barkazal team. They were the one claiming.
Okay, let us leave it right there.
So they were calling them Bargadal versus Jonglei. That's what we are saying.
That's why I say that. Okay.
Just to get, just to
leave it right there. Leave it right there. We're gonna go away with our topic. Okay.
Yeah.
The another thing, when you talk with those people, there is 2 people here. You talk with them. You guys have good understanding, and you guys debate or something like that. Walmabior and Charles, those people, I think you need to give them whatever you guys talk about.
Don't even let them go outside and bring something like yesterday. One of you bring something cold, your uncle, wherever it is. Those are allegations, which is
I think
you
one of
bring it
you did
up.
not. Oh, yeah, you need welcome aboard. Yeah.
Yeah. But those
He
people,
talking
I
about
mark
that
them.
guy.
When you talk
Yeah.
to them, let them specific what they want to talk about and what you need to talk about. Don't let them go outside. If somebody want to go outside and beat the bush, let them go, man. Let me come to the chat I want to do. Taban Asakar, Askeri, the wide Askeri, even though Abada al Askiria. Lano lo gulna eno zole binado riak lo maiji lo riak maiji. That mean what that mean? It doesn't mean nothing to me. Other Askeri. Because Askiria mabugul gede. Ayinu. Uma ayin nafsu, right? Ayinu. Riak ayinu. I think you forget ayinu to do that. The bugulu the makalaba to call
Makalaba.
CNC got loita majid. Loita majid who amol chunu. They are well maybe there kalam folk yesterday. They are hajadel uta dida do hajat te. Southern Sudan potential thing which is we need to leave something alone. If we don't leave something alone, all of us we are come out with zero later. That's what it is. When we talk about the qualification of army, it don't mean Larib can give Chawik a Talima, you see? And that's what the guy doing, which is, I think my friend tell you is they have a conversation for themselves. Why she come up and write the paper to those people? They don't, I think they have it or they don't have it. Well, you have, but Tajunubin Bugulu, Itabamo Lirab, without what you don't even have back here. You don't even have it. Who I am to Juba. No matter I am to Juba, Mabu couldn't be that post later. Because Mabu don't boom can he said the calamity. Now one mobile they have tell you exactly what Galway I want to do yesterday. You say, did you know Anyak? Did you know Morley? Do you know those that fill up on that territory? Which is not good. When you talk about with Morley is a Morley, a Sakar or a Morley Mosolin. It a chuta another low, not Garin Kalam, Garin good to you know, machine le Gabelia, tam to the Gibor or tam to the Gib Morley, tam to the Gib Tapota. The Mal Vital Siazin. Dark Markways. Ana Bugolino, lo Darin Kalam, the Hajadel, Darin Kalam Belagi, Shan Hajadel Belgo Baden. Now one of your Mam Guneji, Kalam Galam Pari, you go. Ita bar Morley, ita bar Bakoba, ita bar Munuma bar, ita Munali Nil. Uma bar Bindu, ita bar Balini, where you Kalam Galam did. Organization, Darin Amula Tari, the Tani, that even Riak Machar either. Loriak Mawa Chawet, you're going to be like something going on with those people. But they're in organized communities, down, then give them a gun and then let them go. Yesterday, I tried to write something from you. You had one of your, did we go try it again? That's the question you should have them. Did we now leave this thing and then let us try it again? And then next time, it's going to be bad. We don't want to go there. We need to keep on with Siadin and other element like Asaker to fight, not to organize the community, did another community. You see? When he talk about it, do you know this? Do you know this? Do you know this? He doesn't even say, do you know the commander? He's going to say, do you know Morley? Do you know something more? Do you know that? is the failure right there. The man the guy in Kalama Yajade. Azol Tani Yagadi Asumazatu, Mabukun Quest. And I didn't organize Tani, machine le Nuer organize those and then let us go and fight. But I didn't even many more than you could be Yajadel again. Buga Maruba Savadavinu, Namunu Darin Shakul, Namunu Darin Shakul, Shiel Mosonin out. Interlo that Tajim Bataji, I'm too legit. The Kun commander, I'm to fight, the troop. What the fight? You had him yesterday saying, I know it's where, and he didn't even know, and then he said he know in his mind. What mind gonna do for him? I don't work up because
So he never been to Equatoria anyway.
Shakal, but what happened is we need to leave it alone like that. Let Gatwec try it again. That old man, he doesn't even know what he do and how he become a commander. That's what I see.
Okay, Ephraim, I would like to ask you a question. Do you think it is something logical, according to the military code of conduct or military protocol, that a junior officer, in the case of General Gatwec, who is actually a general chief of staff for the SPLA-IO, to summon his chairman, his commander-in-chief, Dr. Riek Machar, to appear before him and brief him about the progress of the revitalized peace agreement? Do you think this is something that is feasible? Is it something that is feasible in real sense? I don't think so. As you know, in military chain of command,
it doesn't make sense.
It is supposed to be the senior officer to summon you for whatever briefing they want to hear from you. You know, but not a junior officer to say betalamat anaderita chaniji achana urini haja intedero chanar munu. That's not acceptable. So in this case, we don't understand really why is General Gatwec doing this. And General Gatwec has never been in agreement with this peace agreement ever since its signing in Khartoum. That's why he never showed up in Juba. But last time the peace that was signed in 2015, he was the first to come to Juba in 2016. And then his commander-in-chief, Dr. Riek Machar, followed eventually. So why didn't he do the same thing if he actually for the revitalized peace agreement? So that means General Gatwec is not for peace in the beginning, just like General Johnson Ulany is not for peace. General Johnson Ulany is a separate army, apart from SPLA-IO, but they are actually coordinating with General Gatwec. So what General Gatwec is doing is trying to lure in Dr. Riek Machar to come to his area under his control. Then he can actually detain him there, arrest him and detain him. And then they can actually, take over the SPLA-IO and take people back to war. This is what I believe is being employed here by General Gatwec. And already SPLA-IO political figures are already defecting from the SPLM-IO leadership because they don't believe in Dr. Riek Machar anymore. So they want to replace him. They want to remove him. So the same political figures within the SPLM-IO leadership, they are coordinating with Gatwec. So they are pushing Gatwec in other way around, and then they pretend like they are in Juba for peace, but they're not. Even James Konkwo Ranley is already in Juba. The reason why he's in Juba because he's against the way Dr. Riek Machar appointed the ministerial forces without even consulting the military officers and consulting with the political figures within the SPLM-IO leadership. So that's why Dr. Riek Machar have actually reduced SPLM-IO leadership into a family enterprise. So that's why he gives the ministerial force to his family.
My time done. My time done. Let me give you a little bit. And then I will go out. In case of Malong, in case of Riek, when you see that, then the CNC or the president of country take somebody out from his post, and then he don't want it. What that means? Ita makaliba, taban. Look up
Ma kilo konlo itari de jeji.
Yeah, lo ita makalib bas jenu.
Yari dio le bar pepe loy prip. Bro in anywhere.
Ay, wa taban aja del ba molu fi junub zol bi chubi nu lo machi le mal ubu fatin ba hal lo machi le mal kabir ulo jabu bara baden baji bugule no dari shil zol alawal al jabu عشان يمشي في محل بتاعه طبعا aja del asal katir kalas, but they don't know well are looking on those how happen, how go wrong and what go wrong. You don't worry about it. They want to go and saying who and saying who. That's not the case. The case is Riek Machar in Juba, and then they say Riek Machar in Sijin or something like that. And he see every day going to meeting. Mavizol, you know, the Sijin, Uvamchi meeting. That's the color, Kabi. I don't go, you know.
Riek Machar is in prison in Juba.
Yeah, I don't go, you know. Lo mama chi Juba, the mandat nadu shanem chi. Lo mama chi, he consequence from that, and that consequence they build up now. Even Zola, Yaktip Warak, you know, Zola, you know, Ajadel, Lo Gula, you know, she looks see that Badafogo. When now the MC jet as career, kaki to kaki, I am to see it. Yeah, Umakal.
That's all Makala deal today. Makala.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Abraham. Thank you, Abraham. Stay tuned. I think Charles Daifu is here.
Okay, bye guys. I'm working. I'm sorry. I have a little time.
Okay, bija bela dukin. Wala
later I will do it. Yeah, I can do it. Galas. I'm going to be with Sawari Nus. And Banjaban.
Sawara, go away. Kinja measure. Don't think you
I'm looking up in the day who could see the yoke.
Ma Charles Daifu out in the Wabilu attack by in. I just said bye. Desperate at you. Just said bye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, welcome, Charles. How are you? You were muted.
Why you mute me and you are saying hello, Charles?
I think you can still mute yourself. Anybody can mute himself and unmute. So welcome. How are you today?
I'm good.
Yeah, I have a question.
Welcome me, please. Welcome me. Let him stay, propagandist.
I thought you can also mute yourself.
Yeah, let me later. I can mute myself. Don't mute me, okay? Yeah, Billy, look.
Yeah. Okay.
Malu ya
okay. Do you want to add something, Wilson, before Charles jump in?
Yeah, what I will add, you know, it is just a headache, and that's what Dr. Adognyabang called is a nearly something. Remember the word that was been
acting nearly
acts. Yeah. So these are type of the thing that you cannot be a general.
So how are you gonna call yourself?
That calling your own boss.
How are you gonna act?
Hold on, Charlie.
How do you call it?
It was something. No, we don't know. Unless somebody
tell me how you gonna be. Assuming
you don't give yourself a name.
Padang, how will you be saying? If I don't name you Padang.
Yeah, I can. You know, here is what happened. Whoever quote or refer you something, any time of history will be coming up, and it will say. So if he name us later, we will accept it or deny it, or anybody can use it. So don't worry about it. I'm quoting something already been said.
Let me talk there. Let me talk.
So hey, no. Really look. You just come in now. Wait, Charles. Please behave.
When Wilson says something, then he will come in, Charles. Go ahead, Charles.
I don't want somebody to lecture here 1 hour, right?
No, I'm not going to lecture.
1 minute is okay because I'm going. Right?
Can they go ahead? Can they?
Onusu. 1 minute is not a big deal.
Okay. It's not 1 minute. Your boss, you know, your came have a problem, Charles. You see the letter and you see the interview, and I saw you before that. You say, "Oh, where is the audio? I want to hear it." Yajama, do not live on denying things, even the reality things. That will not take us nowhere. You need to be frank.
can make things.
No, hold on.
Where's the audio? They always interview people with the audio. I even checked that link. There's no audio.
Okay, it doesn't matter. He's him.
It matters. They are just doing propaganda.
Okay, here, let me finish my point. So let me, you as a member of that organization, here is what I'm saying. First of all, it's telling us that the guy have no communication with his boss in Juba. That's another thing. That's
Who
why.
knows? Maybe it's Billy Luku wrote it.
No. There is another 2 letters can tell. If you are my boss and I'm writing letters here to international community, requesting that, oh, I need Charles to come and tell me what's going on. That alone in a military language, you are violating ita makhalif. Yani, you are a junior officer to order the senior officer.
Okay. That's ita Wilson you are scary. Billy Luke taban kan itum kulu kan gijira jero warasida. Food ta UN the Rebecca Caleb.
No, Wilton is the J Kaviri at all.
Bill Farmer last year, I was there. My food is so it the Rabusaka be Eastern Equatoria. Ayala kan much in Lagado fil Wuduta Uganda.
So Wilson,
Wilson finish his point. You will jump in, Charles.
Like when debate is getting Charles, now people cannot go nowhere. So let me say that. Go ahead. Billy Luke was talking about the interview of your boss. So what do you know? Tell us. Let me stop.
Go ahead, Charles.
Because you are doing propaganda, that was I was asking Billy Luke. Billy Luke, before you come to do analysis, get the facts. Take the recording, because Radio Tamazu always make with the recording.
Okay.
If you talk about the letters, yes, you need to check it and question as a Radio Tamosi that you are making this. The other time when they interviewed him, there was a voice, right?
Go ahead and
go back to the interview of General Garwich with Radio Tamosi, there was a voice.
But
when
listen, there is a
when General James Kong defected.
Mr. Charles, you know, South Sudan, not all South Sudan have capability of communication. One thing happen like that when you are in a bush, either your phone have no charger or you don't have receiver.
No. Our chief of general staff, all the equipment are ready.
Okay, listen here. Even if they use the so-called Soria or satellite phone, they need a minute to be buried in it. So what
he has everything. Don't worry about the minute. He has everything.
Okay, that's what the case that they are routing the Q&A. That can tell there was no good sufficient communication. So what they
don't make it up. You are not Radio Tamuzi. Don't something wrong.
Anyway, Wilson and Charles, this article
listen have to write this document.
The article that I posted on my status on Facebook was actually quoted from the African Press. African Press were the one who published it, and they copied from the Radio Tamazic. And now I'm going to go to the website of Radio Tamazic. Now, can I just go ahead and tell us the version of your story?
What do you know?
Instead of come and argue here about whether I'm doing propaganda or not. Tell us what is the reality. Go ahead.
What I'm saying that you are doing propaganda, and before things, you need to get facts. Why you are doing propaganda? You and Wilson are now telling us that a junior officer is what?
Mukalif.
Is what?
Is Mukalif.
Is requesting Mukalif, eh?
Yeah.
It is out of Mukalif. It is my bad.
Ita kan madurub wen. Ita karaita wen pimal taje. Mal tell me. Ita tugule na ino. Ito masakat. Ita manage betak ma quiz. Ita amol nafsak like zone kede. Achanta sumanas. Ma ita.
No, Abraham, wait for your turn, please.
Abraham, they say move to question, move to Tabagara.
Darabu Gwen. Ita mungua atu. Darabu Gwen.
That's what Tabagara Alma Kulugesh.
Huh?
Abraham,
Later,
let him talk. No.
Del kan alkal come up Eastern Equatoria Abraham. Azol the mind to dub crop as Korea. That's why you see him. If he was really as Korea, he should have to be having dub crop.
Let me kill him because they jai tap kan
Ana guys who na kufaya.
almas romoya.
Inda chunu gaj ta chunu ita bugule na kulu gaj. Ma zoda asma. Zoda razu kwes.
Abraham, no. We don't want
Abraham,
to go that way. Please. Charles, just go straight for the sake of respect. Go ahead. Abraham, don't go personal, please. Let's take it easy and let's focus on the topic. We know Charles has been like this.
Abraham, this
let's not agitate him. Go ahead. Go ahead to the point, Charles.
Thank you.
Muted.
Thank you, Billy Luke. I think don't like a deck more.
I see no work. I just couldn't go at all. Why? The Kalam attack they are all Zaju. There are the Gumo without her loy.
I'm working, motherfucker.
You deck more. You don't deck even Chuck. Even Chuck was better. Okay, let's go to the topic. Billy Luke, it am I? I cannot hear you, Billy Luke. Can you hear me?
I mute myself. Go
okay,
ahead,
thank you.
Charles.
So let me just respond to you. What you have. My greetings to you and all the viewers of your Apadanga propaganda show. Okay. So the letter was addressed to IGAD, requesting our chairman to come and brief, not Gatwec, to brief the leadership of the military high command. Okay, that's what the letter was about. It was addressed in September. Another one was written in October. And then the other one was also seconded by the Inspector General of our police, Unified Police Force. So the request is not like he was requesting IGAD to allow Dr. Riak to travel to the liberated areas and do the briefing to the people at the liberated areas about what is happening with the peace, about many things, the security arrangement. There is also attacks from the government. Kulu, you know this. And who can brief? You cannot brief the whole people on the cell phone. You know Salva Kiir Castle Road network. Fi Upper Nile, fi Greater Upper Nile, fi Equatoria, fi Mahalat Mutaharara, there's no network there. Right? So the briefing need to be in our general headquarters. This is a genuine call. It's not a violation.
Charles, let me ask you this question.
Ask me.
Yeah, Charlotte, let be open-minded. Let be people live in different world, or we were in Sudan before. Machar is the first vice president who have a capability to write the letter himself to the whatever organization. Machar has the capability to talk with the UN within Juba. Like we see now, and any European something, and whoever they will come, they will go to the Machar office. So when you see the junior officer writing a letter here, you are contradicting.
What is that?
Yourself.
I got the same article published on the website of Radio Tamazic, but I don't know whether
they don't have the voice. I check it there.
Okay. Then this was actually published on Radio Tamazic. It is the same excerpt that was actually quoted by the African press and published there. So that is exactly the same. Radio,
the media can make propaganda. I want the voice. I want the voice.
They have not published the voice, but they published.
Yes, that's why I'm saying I need a voice.
Charlie will never
has been published.
Hold on, Billy. Look, Charlie, let me finish my point. So, what you're trying to defend your chief of staff here is not logically, legally, is not correct, because code of conduct to all over the world. There is no anybody that junior.
Did you know a request?
What?
Did you know a request?
There is nothing called request. He have no. If there was a request, it should be Angelina Teng, who is a defense minister of the whole Sudan. Ya Jama, fi hajadini.
Asma.
You are not.
Asma.
Now,
you understand the access? The security arrangement is not yet implemented. How can Angelina,
Angelina, she is already a defense minister acting now as a defense minister of South Sudan, and she said very clearly that nothing called IO. Come in.
No. Asma. Don't misquote Honorable Angelina, okay?
Listen, did Angelina
what she said, listen.
Did you see Angelina? No, hold on. Did you see Angelina visit where is General Garwidwal? She never went there. She never went where there is Johnson Wulong. So here you can tell there is a problem in a Riek Machar.
She's going to go there.
Including yourself now.
How she will go there?
If you are supporting the letter,
this Upper Nile is flooded. Do you know Fizzle back there?
They go with Tayara, but UN. She went there.
When Fijuamoya?
Machine you back, Phil Malakal.
Yeah, that's time get Jada Fijuamoya. It's a mine.
Mafi Moya, I can film Halat Tayar. Helicopter.
Come on, guy.
Listen to me. A helicopter can sit anywhere.
Okay, Maluma Masiru Thailand and another Tabadin. Maluma sit anywhere.
You were.
Malta Moyode.
But that's why Angelina went last time. I'm talking. Don't compute the weather. We are talking about
the reality. It's not.
She went to Unity State.
It's the truth.
Cantonment side.
Angelina went to the Unity State. Cantonment side. She went to Upper Nile in Malakal, Cantonment side. She went to Equatoria, but she never visited.
She went to Bargadal too.
Or Maganis. She never went there. So that will tell that there is a problem with the IOK.
The cantonment in the headquarters?
She went.
The cantonment the headquarters?
She is the right person to go and brief those who are looking for it to be briefed.
No, Anakim later. Anakim Galata. The cantonment the headquarters.
Even though if there is no cantonment and she was the head of
she's doing an official visit on those areas. No, there will be a time when she's going for official visit.
She is the defense minister. She can go anywhere where there is the army.
Malisa, you need to.
No, Wilton. If Angelina Teng, listen.
Let me just answer him. You will answer. No, wait.
If she's still a member of the SPLA,
let me answer one question and then you come. I say, let me answer him.
Why is she afraid to visit your general chief of staff? That means there is no trust. Yeah, so that means the IO is already divided.
You finish your question?
Want to make his, want to declare his own IO that is separate from Dr. Riek Machar. And he's actually trying to order Dr. Riek Machar to come out of Juba just because he knows he has a separate IO now. So if you are complaining about General Garwidwal has no right whatsoever to drive directly to the African Union.
Don't twist words. Don't twist words. Ask my name.
It should be the responsibility of Dr. Riek Machar to write that letter. And that is exactly what Wilson was saying.
Billy, look.
Why is it the general chief of staff of the SPLA-IO to write directly to the Troika instead of his commander-in-chief?
Okay. Let me talk now. You finish?
Yes. Let's come to the sense.
Don't twist words.
I'm not twisting words. It is what you say. Tell me, what did I twist?
No, you
twisted. What did I twist it? What is it?
Listen.
Okay, go ahead. Clarify it again. Where did I twist it to your word? Yeah.
What did you say?
Go ahead.
You need to know what you said so that you don't twist it. So
okay, I was saying, because you were saying that your general chief of staff Garwidwal wrote a letter complaining to the United Nations or to the Troika or to the African Union or to the IGAD about the lack of implementation or to request.
He's requesting IGAD, Troika. Okay. But the problem with you guys, you don't understand the agreement.
No, go ahead, Charles.
That's the problem.
Requesting the Troika for chairman to come and visit him.
Why you cut me? Analyze my answer. The swalata said go down as that right?
Go ahead.
You are an intellectual. In school, they teach you one question at a time.
Charles, right? I'm saying go ahead. I'm
now
sorry,
you give
go
me
ahead.
10 questions. Which one will I answer even? I'm not a right? So maybe it's only the people from Apadang who can answer 10 questions. Okay.
I think your network got a problem. Your network is you cut up, so your network is going to
stop propaganda. You want to cut me off? So
let him talk. Let him talk. Go ahead.
He's trying to force. He's trying to force my internet. My internet is the highest speed.
It's okay. Forget that. Yeah, go straight to your point. Go ahead.
So, what I'm saying, you guys, if you are trying to learn propaganda, you need to go to some propaganda school before you come on Facebook. And
okay, just answer the question. Forget about my propaganda. Go to your point.
I'm going.
Make your point be heard by the audience. Yes.
So what I'm saying, it will be better for you to go for the propaganda school than you come and do analysis. When he talks about the letter was addressed to IGAD, Troika, and other peace grantors, requesting them to allow Dr. Riek to go to the liberated areas to do briefing. It was the same grantors and IGAD that took Dr. Riek to what? To Juba. So since the signing of the agreement, I mean, since his appointment as first vice president, he did not visit the liberated areas. That's why he was requested through IGAD to come and do the briefing. To do what? To come and do the briefing. Where? In the liberated areas. Not by phone. You cannot address the military high command at SPL all day for phone. Okay? You cannot address all the citizens in the liberated areas by phone.
Another question, why your vice president, no. Why your vice president cannot write a letter himself? He has the capability, he's a vice president and he's commander-in-chief of the IO. Yeah. Why Riek Machar cannot write it?
He can do it on behalf of his general chief of staff.
Answer that question.
How do you know that he did not write? How do you know?
We are not arguing.
No. How do you know that he did not write?
Instead of the chairman, commander-in-chief, because everything has to be communicated.
Yes, I'm asking you. I'm asking you with you. Billy, look, you are repeating the same question. How do you know that he did not write?
Here is how do we know that?
We know because your general chief of staff is the one complaining. Why is he the one doing it instead of the chairman?
The signature too. The signature, which is in the letter, is not for Riek Machar, it's for General Chief of
Staff. I know, but I'm saying the letter was written by the Chief of General Staff requesting IGAD.
That's why you did not answer my question. Why Chief of Staff will write the letter while by President?
Because he's in charge of the military of the IO. He is in charge.
No, he's not.
Who is in charge?
Who's in charge?
The commander-in-chief is the one in charge. There is that in unity. Commander-in-chief, Dr. Riek Machar is the one in charge. And he can actually delegate his orders to the junior officers.
How do you know that he did not delegate the General Simon Garui to write? How do you know?
Okay, are you saying now it was Dr. Riek Machar?
No, you are twisting. Don't twist. That's why I say you are twisting.
To write a letter to
Asma. That's why I say Asma. That's why I say don't twist all my messages. I say, how do you know? I didn't say that you see, you need to, don't play twisting words. It doesn't make sense. Just quote me. Say, did you say that? How did you know that he did not delegate? That's my question.
Okay, Charles.
So I ask you another question.
And Wilson, you are just on assumption.
Charles.
Wait.
I ask you for another clarification.
Wait, Dega.
Was it Dr. Riek Machar authorized But we want to wrote
Hey,
a letter.
brother,
The peace partners.
let's be civil here. Let's be civil. Okay? Let's not behave
It is you who is not civil. It is you who is not civil. Yeah, Charles.
You are giving me a chance to answer your questions. You're asking more questions. One question at a time. What I'm saying here, yeah, you're a criminology student or you're a graduate of criminology. Don't make assumptions. Don't make assumptions. I took criminology for Canada there. Don't make assumptions. So when you're making assumptions,
go to your answer, Charles. You are just wasting time.
Makes sense.
Go to your
and people will even doubt about you. And that's why they will conclude that you're a propagandist. Because you don't have facts.
Do you want to answer the question or not?
I'm going to answer. I'm just trying to
well, don't waste time. Don't beat the bush. Just go straight to the top.
If this guy, please, better to let him go because we cannot deal like that.
So, Wilson, you need to be patient.
No. That's you are too much.
I don't know how you lead this Apadang
worldwide. We are not a teenager. That's whoa. That's not logical, yeah, Jama. Let me behave like adults.
Exactly.
What you are doing is the teenager in class discussing something which is not making sense. You are being asked to answer a question. Denied, no, or accepted, yes. This is all we need. And you are not talking to the audience.
Now go ahead, Charles. Go ahead.
Because the letter of your general step is out to every public of South Sudan. So now what you need to do as an IO spokesperson or IO ambassador, you need either to deny it or tell to the South Sudanese what is going on is wrong. It's not true and all. That's what we need. You are not getting
the reasons why, because the reasons why I talk one, you talk, he talk. I say one question at a time with the answer. But because you guys,
you become another Nigeria when you are asked a question, you repeat it with a question. There is no logic like that.
No, because he was twisting. He twisting.
Okay, go ahead.
So you need your question to be Wilson, to be answered. You don't want to answer my question, right?
However you want. Go ahead, Charles. Finish your.
So
defend your IO leadership.
In a normal debate, one person talks and the other one talks, but two at one and the same time doesn't make sense. That's what I told you in the beginning. So yeah, so the request was valid. Let me inform you, Wilson and Comrade Billy Luke and the rest who just joined, including Bol Al-Gibel Al-Talade Warija. That's a big of Iduluma. Okay? So what we are saying here is that request is valid. It was written by our Chief of General Staff requesting grantors, the RSS grantors. Who is that greeting? Salam. Okay? The RSS grantors to allow Dr. Riak to come what? To come to the liberated areas and do briefing to our military high command and other leaders. They move in the liberated areas and our citizens. And also the RSS itself, he said that the partners in peace should create an awareness in their respective jurisdiction. So that's exactly what the Comrade Simon did by requesting the IGAD to allow the chairman to come to the liberated areas and do the briefing. So what is wrong? What is wrong here? It is in RSS, okay? It is. You are not IGAD. IGAD did not even ask us any question. They did not even reply. They did not even ask those silly questions that you are asking. And the propaganda you are trying to twist that, how can a junior do this? Ital Wilson, Itakan Fijes. Lo ajatane asil fi montika takita ma biraj be odi report the kai montika gale na there kai montika kelija address the problem there. We write it. Can Billy Lukma Bayar Vajade? Ita Mufurti Yar Kaskeri.
Here is what happened, Charles. Let me answer you.
They are Kalampitak. You don't have patience.
Because you asked me a question. You asked me a question. That's why I want to
relax.
Answer.
Just relax.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Or come on, matter again for Duluma, Kelly Usataka, I know. So what we are saying, that was a valid one. Next, about visitation of Honorable Angelina, the Minister of Defense, to the cantonment site. That's about the cantonment. If she want to visit our general headquarters, nothing can stop her. Right? And now you are creating here propaganda. Gary Kala Simon Galwich, he break away. Oh, he's doing this. This is totally a propaganda of the Juba regime, a propaganda of Gen Council elders, a propaganda of the Billy Luke and Wilson Lual. That's your own making. So you're trying to confuse the citizens. And even he went to Billy Luke and said that Olony is not an IO. You have been singing this song since it of Facebook, which is totally wrong. And you say you claim that Mavi Shulu, or if it's Cholo with IO, Mavi cantonment site. Are you okay? Did you visit the cantonment? Who told you that they are not in a cantonment? Kedo Rilana. Now answer Billy Luke or Ita Ajere or Lual Wilson Lual. Tell me who tell you that Gal Mavi Cholo fi cantonment with IO.
That was not the topic. That was not the topic today, Charles. Intermatter confused.
It was said here.
No. It's out of topic. Billy Luke come to analyze the interview that your boss was being interviewed by the Radio Tamazi. So with the questionnaire, answer and question, this is what we are coming to analyze and see what went wrong. Now you are taking us out. So I'm sorry, we were not talking about containment. We are talking about the letter.
You just said the cantonment here, right? That's why they didn't see, visit the headquarters.
It was an example. If there is a big issue that chief of staff need, it is not a commander in chief Riek himself to come. Riek should have to stand Angelina, which is the defense minister of the South Sudan right now. She can go on behalf of Riek Machar.
Listen.
Now you are not accepting. You are telling us that your chief of staff have a power more than Riek Machar, which is he is under Riek Machar. Riek Machar is the commander in chief of the IO. There is no other guy could come because remember that position. It is appointed by Riek Machar, who can appoint somebody to be chief of staff and take him out. Where did he get the power to write the letters? Beyond the international boundary, beyond the regional boundary, requesting, like you say. The word request is the same thing you ask. Where did he get the power? Machar have a power as a vice president to write his own direct letters to the Troika, to the European Union, to whoever. So that's why we are trying to analyze. There is something not right here. In a military term, when we were in the military, if you are Shawich Firasak, this Shawich is the only person who know everything. No Wukilarib Yaw Firaskum, that's Wukilarib can tell you where to go. Now you see the junior coming here, jamming under by president, jamming somebody who was his own chief of staff, who appointed him to be a chief of staff. So we need to come and talk as South Sudanese and say, let analyze this. What went wrong here? So your case is to come and clear that and say, no, now you are agree with General Chief of Staff based on what you say, that he is requesting. Now you are telling us too that you are not respecting the code of conduct in a military or in any civil administration, because that's not work in the military.
Lual, don't twist my word. I say the request was valid, not violation of the conduct. You need to change that.
But look, can you give me 2
The
minutes?
word valid,
Okay?
Give me 2 minutes.
you say is okay. Who okay?
I say yes, it's okay for him to write a letter requesting. I ask you, Zamatana to
And then-
SPLA,
in-
for
in-
21 years of war.
in
When
short
can
term,
Fika Montica listen? Lo fi muskila fi Montica tani de kaj Montica kulu. Moke bikatibulo request to come address the problem. Kalam de valid. Ma
that's
bada
why-
sadi.
that's why we are saying is I can use all Lisa under Riek Machar. He has a phone to call Riek direct and say, Riek Machar, I need you. There is no need for him to write the letter to international because Machar is his boss.
He's not. He's not. He's writing the grantors.
Anyway,
the grantors, Wilson. It's about Vajal Gali grantors.
Guarantors, they are not under a chief of staff. Yeah. Hey, the Riek Machar Abeb.
Okay, Wilton, let me answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me answer him, and then I allow the rest of the guests to actually have something to say about it. Charlotte, I think you have actually clarified your point, and it is now understood by all of us that it was your General Chief of Staff, General Gatwec, who wrote a letter to the peace grantors to ask them permission to allow your Commander-in-Chief of the SPLA-IO forces, Dr. Riek Machar, to come and brief them about the progress of the peace implementation.
Correct, that is correct.
I think
that one correct.
That is exactly the thing he has been interviewed on the radio to Mazish about that. It was a follow-up, you know, and I don't know why you are actually disputing the allegation that you are actually referring to this as a rumor allegation that it was created out of blue or from nowhere, you know, and that's what you are questioning me. It is true that this actually came from the radio Tamazish, and we are not disputing that. What we are disputing here is the fact that General Gatwec have no authority whatsoever, you know, to take this into his own responsibility and write a letter directly to the peace grantors instead of his commander-in-chief. So it was supposed to be Dr. Riek Machar to talk about that. Nobody is actually detaining Dr. Riek Machar in Juba to go and tour his forces wherever they may be. You know, it is up to him to decide whether he want to go or not. Why is he not speaking about it? Or did Dr. Riek Machar did not complain about going outside? You know,
the question is to IGAD, not you. Kereta just enjoy hamburger of US, McDonald.
Okay, but who is preventing Gatwec to come to Juba and meet his chairman in Juba? Who is preventing it?
The whole movement will go to Juba?
Don't say a whole movement, but his leadership, himself.
The whole movement.
He can be lifted to
Juba?
What?
Can Gatwec Gura? Bukulu the whole movement, Burama Dababat Kulu just that Urasto Masrukulu Burama Dababat to Juba?
Are you saying that Gatwec cannot come to Juba?
No. Anna Kelangale, he's the chief of staff. Tanna, Alo, chief of general staff, as I would name it.
Yes, he's supposed to come to Juba. He's supposed to come to Juba and meet his commander-in-chief in his own office. Who is preventing him to come to Juba? Awala Haja, you should also understand, following the signing of peace agreement
my question is,
in 2018, he did not even accept to come to Juba. So he's already against the repeat peace agreement. He never agreed with the peace in the first place, let alone coming complaining that you want to be briefed on the peace implementation. It's not for peace.
You need to read this book.
Gatwec has never come to Juba. He has never accepted to be part of this.
Give other people like
you need to read this agreement. You need to read this agreement.
So these two generals, they do not agree with the peace implementation.
They are tired with
They're
this.
just playing game.
Billy, look, let me talk. You cannot talk alone when you are the one the host. It doesn't make sense. Let's
give you 2 minutes.
Let's debate.
I give you 2 minutes. And you have to be very particular, you know, in what you are going to say. Go ahead. I give you 2 minutes.
I ask you.
I start counting it now.
Don't worry.
Don't ask me. Just explain yourself. I want to give the other guests a chance. We have Walke Maburi who will help you out, but don't blame us. Just give us your position. Where do you stand on this?
Asma, you know,
don't waste your time. I'm counting the time now. It is 47.
You can count as if I don't have the time. You see that one? Why? You need to read this agreement. 2, you need to read other legal documents regarding the agreement. And you need to understand
who are the grantors. Gatwec is a disobedient military general.
I thought you're gonna keep quiet.
Chairman. That's why Dr. Riek Machar do not want to waste time responding to his nonsense, because he's a junior officer is a military subordinate to Dr. Riek Machar. He's the one in commander-in-chief, and he's the one who's supposed to be saying, I need to go and brief my military general. Or your chairman has the power to come to Juba and be briefed there. Why is he not doing that?
Itakalaso. How many minutes left for me?
Why is he not doing that?
How many minutes left for me?
Go ahead.
I'm asking the minute because you talk with using my minutes.
Go ahead. I will determine when to cut you and when not to cut you.
A dictatorship. So, Sophia, brother Billy Luke, you are just forcing something that is not. As if you don't even listen to South Sudan Broadcasting Corporation. How many times is the commanders, the junior one, the governors, the commissioner are requesting Salva Kiir? A request is not a violation of code of conduct. You should understand that. And when the general chief of staff, Comrade Simon, requested the IGAD as grantors and Troika, AU, and other guarantors in the agreement, it does not mean that he violated. It was a genuine request asking our chairman to be allowed to go and do briefing and create awareness on the peace process. Why the security arrangement is delaying? Why the government is attacking us? Nobody can answer this question. It is our chairman to go to answer it, to brief us what happened, how is it resolved. And you say that, oh, Garwich should come to Juba. I said, Garwich is going to go, he's our chief of general staff. He's going to go with his bodyguard, right? And you know, he's not just a symbol, he's a chief of general staff. Hal, will Juba allow him to go with the what? With 1,000 bodyguard?
He can come with his bodyguard and go back with his bodyguard. Who is preventing him from coming? You don't need to talk about the Babat. They have to be where they are because he's going to come back.
No, he has to. He's a general chief of staff. He has to.
Azuma, time it Azula in ta.
So you want him to come with the Babat?
Listen, Riek Machar himself never allowed to come with the Babat or Yabga, the chief of the staff will be allowed to come.
Okay, but now he's not allowed. You see that English?
He's allowed to come with his two bodyguards and meet his boss. His boss in Juba.
Who told you that he has two bodyguards?
What about? It doesn't matter.
You know, chief of general staff.
Yes, it doesn't matter. He can come to Juba.
How many bodyguards should I have?
There is already.
Anyway, Wilton, we should be done with the challenge. I think challenge has no point.
Mind the point.
Trying to start.
Wilson.
Anyway, let's welcome brother Welke. Can you reinforce your comrade in our challenge? He need help. Do you think it is a good? The question is this, Welke Mabur. Do you think it is a good code of conduct for a military officer to someone?
No, you don't need to ask me for that. You don't need to ask me for that. I already know the topic.
So, I left with 5 minutes to go back to work, and I enjoy it.
Jump in first, so I can let you go.
And I enjoy
first. You go ahead. I will wait.
Yes.
No. Abraham, you go ahead. I will wait.
But Abraham, please be specific.
I am enjoying it because I'm enjoying Charles. And I'm going to enjoy some people later. What I try to say, this field is somebody have a military classes to talk about it. It's not somebody, you don't have that capability to do it. And I don't know.
Who have a military classes?
When we say, you don't even know. Hold on.
Do not interrupt him. Let him speak. You will respond to
the thing here is going to attacker. When attacker got the column, I use all bar we know it got the column bitch no. Ulakin lozol like Uncle Charles, he doesn't understand what I mean for military classes. If Southern Sudan going to, lose a soccer, I don't think we don't going to have peace. The guy right there is looking for something else. And that something else that is military convenient, which is they don't going to allow that to happen to him. L'Oriang Machar ma signed that paper to go to Tokyo or somebody in the world to know there is a request here. That guy should be in Sigen now. The local Araskiria. It shouldn't be in Sigen. It among the request CNC to come to see you. You go and see him first, and then submit your request to him and let them sign it. And then when you sign it, that's where you can go back and he may come or he deny it. That's what I know. Whatever we talk about with here is not, I'm not understanding. Not mapum fimal bitai. Ukir bitai inta Charlie's command. Ita ma da ketam nas fiyar. Makwes. Lano nina nas kubar. Lo shubteni hasa. Min arba
Peter, don't
utamani
twist me. You are the one there besitima gibel. That's why Billy Luke is talking.
Okay, hold on. I apologize. Loana Chitima. Apologize for that. But I'm gonna leave this to my proposal. I know myself and I know what I did in that country. Which is nobody can take it away. You don't go to take it, Riang Machar doesn't take it. Riang Machar doesn't darab tiara gabal gede. Ana darabta tiara.
So it have been huguk tanna.
Filiria.
Tiara de kanwen.
Filiria.
Filiria.
Yeah. Okay. Dema Uberall, a lot of things I did. Even Juba, I went there. And that, lo, what am I respect myself, the military sign, it gotta be my trouble. Sometimes military can asking you who sent you to go and say that. You see? But for civilian, nobody can asking you whatever you say. Like the way you talk about those things, nobody can asking you. But I've been asked, why do you say that?
Okay. Don't go. Don't run away. I'm going to answer you.
Don't move away. I shakal man. Did a baby shoot? And I'm uniform. I chocolate. And I shakal. And I'm moving Kali chocolate, but I whatever you answer, I will hear it because I put it already in serve. This one, it's gonna serve you, and it don't matter whatever you tell to me.
Me respond.
Darin chunuya. Darin inu nut bara kuluna. Achanzo likuni yadurup tiara de au mikela batat. Ma kuch go pijuba and help those people on training. Train them. Gotta be your field. Then everybody have a gun and go wherever you want to do.
Okay, thank you. So you see, Brother Abraham, thank you for
Charles, please wait. Let me answer you first before you jump in. I have to control this show now. I want to say congratulations, Brother Abraham Ball, for that civil answer to Brother Charles. That is the way how we should be approaching each other and answer each other's question while respecting ourselves. So I appreciate you and I salute you, Comrade Ball. And we should also understand that Comrade Ball is a veteran in the SPLA. He has served patriotically with all his soul and heart and commitment. And we thank you for that. And we salute you for your dedication and commitment to your service. And that is why, Charles, you should understand, as somebody who is actually coming from the military background, he understands the military code of conduct and the military chain of command and leadership. That is, I believe all of you are soldiers, including you, Charles, and Wilson Lual, Walke Mabur. You know, you understand how a leadership chain works. So in this case, this is what we are arguing. And you know why you piss them up? Because you are arguing that, you know, Gatwec has the right to jump the leadership chain of command, and then he can do whatever he want to do. That is not how it is being done.
Don't lie. Don't twist things.
Wrong. And this is exactly what Abraham Ball was actually trying to tell you. So now you can answer him in 2 minutes, strictly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go
ahead.
This guy, Abraham Ball, made to dub to rap. He has no discipline. He cannot claim that Galway Azol Barao and liberated South Sudan. He cannot claim that Galama Bar military. And I must say when I was 20 years in a military training.
No, he's challenging you.
No, because Oma Bar Vano became Gal. That's what he's making this assumption.
You should understand.
Let me talk. Don't cut me. Okay? You allow Ball to talk without cutting. So he's making that assumption. Okay? Ball, if I tell you, I think I wrote more about military modern. In a training center, the most intellectual in the whole of the history of the SPLM. If you don't know, Manate Zamandak best, Tabanyao, Itajali Muyasalini, Kalas now you want to say that you know better than other people. If you know the intellectual after it's okay. The only the training in battalion in the history of the SPLM, SPLA, Yautanna Fikidiopo. Indina Sati, why do Teletin Besnas Asunu? Allah, you know, I can't jibu minwe Barhazal with the blue Ajere Gomasada. So please don't make those assumptions. And then later to take that, oh, Dr. Rekma Molaja, really? A zonal commander? Do you know that? A zonal commander Mamulaja? Who are you?
I didn't say that. I said what I did.
Go and listen back to what you said. You say you did something that Dr. Rekma Amolo. This will keep it as soon as you should even first salute him before you lie. Okay? So, guys, when you are coming to this media, mataja lie, mataja kidibu, and making assumptions, you are misleading, you are misinforming the viewers. And you make this media, if it are become a propaganda media that has no truth but only lies.
Kalas. Kalas. Charles. Thank you. You are done.
أنا خلاص أنا ماشي الناس معلش رياض مشاعر كان ماشي معي رياض في جول وأنا في نيران أنا متأكد زول ما ده كان ما في فوق إذا كان ما في مور إذا ما بعرف رياض كتيبة بتاعه ماشي مع نانو ما ده ورني حاجة أنا عملتها ما بديو لرياض وما بديو لقرن وما بديو لك بدي لي أنا ده أنا قاعد أتكلم أنا ما قلت لحاجة رياض كلام رياض عمل no حاجتي أنا ما بديو لي أي زول ما
لكن متى شو متى كمان don't cancel tanasani na lomo namolo.
Okay.
And don't say that ita hararo. Who ita hariru munu? Ita galaki na kan fi midan de sakit. Altalga figisim ta de sakit.
Okay, Malay, sorry.
Yeah, don't make that. You know?
Thank you very much, Charles, and thank you very much, Abraham Ball. Let's all accept the fact that you are a veteran and we honor you for your service. Let's stop there, but let's stick to the main topic under discussion. So now, the next one is going to Walke Mabur. Walke Mabur, Jamin, then I will welcome Dr. Dolarjin. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. I really, I spent my time, I even got some information that I could even put on that bond I want to throw into a table. but it will be having some meat that I can pick around. So that's the
Yeah, I
benefit.
stick to the topic. I know it's very tempting, you know. Sometimes people get carried away by the way you challenge food debate, you know. You keep attacking people here and there, you know. So go ahead.
So
Stick to the
yes,
topic.
I appreciate all of you, and thank you, Dr. Wilson. You kicked me out. You kicked me out last yesterday night. Without he kicked me out, and I wait until they closed it. 4 hours we was together. They didn't even give me a chance, and I didn't even as generating it. I just quiet and listen, and then later they say no, we don't need to give him a chance. It's benefit for you too. Good, you guys done a great job. So one side is picked will not. It's not a matter. It look like people will not listen to it. Again, I will thank Mr. Gatkuoth. He talked this morning and he was saying, "Oh, I talked to Salva Kiir yesterday. Now we knew. Now we the South Sudanese we knew now." So I will say congratulations to him, Mr. Gatkuoth, because he came in and he left. I will say thank you very much for reaching Salva Kiir, that you talked to him. That's the great job that you done. And
who is Gatkuoth? Who is Gatkuoth you talking about?
Gatkuoth.
Gatkuoth who?
Yeah, he came. Gatkuoth Akech or Gatkuoth Gatkuoth or yeah.
Anyway, go ahead. You are distracting us. Go to the topic. Forget about those people who you met with.
Yeah. He said that he talked to Salva Kiir yesterday, and then he's bringing the message that he got from Salva Kiir. And I say thank you very much. I hope you tell him the right question that South Sudanese needed in the social media. So, or you just go and push more agenda of Young Council of Elders and youth is great. So then we can have a room, a space like we're talking today. Coming to our fellow speaker, Abraham Bol. Abraham Bol had touched something that anybody have a code, have a military have a code, and military have a contact. In this world, if there's a military form and they have a commander-in-chief among them, their commander-in-chief will never fail to contact his military within 1 month or 20 days or 5 days without having a contact for his army. Never happened. But what we really realize, the work that is going on, that the Youth Council of Elders and Youth Council, Young Youth Council and Young Council of Elders really join together with East Africa, giving the South Sudan support, that including those young community. We have no link to this Young Council of Elders. We have no benefit to God in this Young Council of Elders and youth are the people who will suffer together with South Sudanese. That's what I know so far. And it's something that we cannot handle, because they side together with the East Africa and prolong the situation of South Sudan. Why? First of all, Dr. Riek Machar, when he was going to Juba in February, he was going to Juba to go and negotiate a thing that have a condition. But it was a plan to make sure Dr. Machar will remain in Juba. And this is not a work for Troika, it's a work for East Africa that are benefiting today and make South Sudanese suffer the most. What I mean, South Sudanese, is the whole 64 tribes or 70-something tribes are suffering in South Sudan today, except the elite, Young Council of Elders and Youth Council. That's the only people that are not suffering. But the rest of South Sudanese are suffering enough. Let's come to this. When he came to Juba for peace, negotiated. Okay? So when they dissolve it, they say, okay, state dissolved to 10 states. Dr. Machar say, okay, we cannot hold. Listen, everybody, if you have a note, take a note. Dr. Machar say, okay, we cannot hold South Sudanese. Let's give them a chance of peace. The security arrangement can be running, can be going, but let's form the government. Is it that thing is a mistake? If I brought you to my house to negotiate something, and you accepted to come to my house, is a mistake to you? Is it a mistake to you that I will come and hold you? You were coming for something to come and talk about. You make that decision that you have to come. Is it a mistake to you? That's what happened. After he is swearing, Dr. Machar, after he is swearing in Juba in February, he's supposed to go back to Khartoum so he can go and have a convention to the whole party, including their military. So things should go accordingly. Decide the military should remain where they are, and the general should go where they belong to. But guess what? Young Council of Elders, including Youth Council of Elders and East Africa.
I think the guy is out of topic. Look, he's not talking about the chief of staff. That's you are the same another Charlie via Comrade Wall. Let's focus on the topic of the day.
No. I'm talking about Dr. Machar was being ordered.
No, it's not about Dr. Machar today.
That's what brings the issue.
You explain, you bring Young Council of Elders, it's nothing to do. We are talking.
Yes, they are the factor. If you don't know, they are the factor of all this situation. All suffer of South Sudanese, they are the factor, including yourself, Mr. Lual. You are one among the people who have that factor.
Do you know what can happen now? You and Charles have the same agenda. You are telling to South Sudanese that what is been written by General of his step, Machar know it, and all I will know it. Now you are jeopardizing. Listen. You are jeopardizing. In other way, it could be translated that Riek is making a deal while he is in Juba, so he is now بيتكلم بالناس عشان يكتبوا الجوابات. يا جماعة, you need to be careful, IOs. The way you are interpreting the thing, you are telling the South Sudanese that the peace is not correct. So, Comrade Chief of Staff is right. Riek Machar told him, Riek know him. Riek is in jail, like where you thinking. So Riek
Machar, as we talk today, he held hostage by East Africa with Salva Kiir.
So you are agreeing with, okay, tell us that you are agreeing with what Chief of Staff doing. It's not violating anything, right? Because it is agreement between Riek and him. Now you are telling to other South Sudanese and to the world that the peace that you are talking about is not a real peace. That's how it's going to be interpreted in Juba. And Riek Machar will be under observation.
I have a question. I have a question for you. The person, listen.
What video?
The live video, look at you.
Go ahead. I'm here.
Someone talking behind.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's coming from other
I
side.
have a question for you, Mister.
Go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Machar is in Juba. The army is still on cantonment. No any medicine, no any food, no anybody visit them. And their commander-in-chief is still somewhere that they call a commander-in-chief, and they already have someone called commander-in-chief, which is Salva Kiir Mayardit. He's not doing anything. So what do you expect on that? I'm asking you, what do you expect on that thing?
Well,
Okay, let me answer that.
Let me answer that. Let me answer. Mr. Can I answer it?
Okay.
Well, you are now confusing us.
Welcome aboard, yeah.
Chief of staff or the army of Riek Machar left is not a question of right now. It should be us, military name, in February when Riek went in. So here is the case. There are unified forces who are under center where you see Angelina. She go and visit them, talk to them. Angelina went twice in area of Equatoria. She came to Malakal. She visited those training camp, except the camp where Garwidwal and Wulong. This is the only area that she never visited.
There are some places. Some places.
Let me complain.
Eastern Equatoria, Western Equatoria, Bargadal, even Upper Nile, who are not in training.
Can I finish your answer? Now the issue of food and all this, it is facing all the so-called unified forces, whether under Riek Machar or under government. They are facing all these issues right now as we speak. But the question of today is it a logic in a military code or military rules that a junior officer will order his commander-in-chief? He went over, wrote 2 letters to the regional and international requesting him to come. While your commander-in-chief in Juba, he is a vice president, first vice president, he is a power, he have a power to communicate with all this. Where this guy fit in now? Now you come out with the answer. You're telling us what Garwich is doing. Riek have idea about that because Riek is in a jail. That's how you answer now.
You don't tell me Riek is have an idea. Riek hostage by East Africa. He doesn't even have an idea in outside world. As I'm talking to you, and you guys trying to play that kind of game. Here, you say something. Unified force. Unified force are unified force. Unified force is involved. SOA is involved. Iowa is involved. South Sudan Defense Force are already put together. They are in training. I'm not even talking about those.
All right. Finish your phone, and then we can give the rest of people who come and go. So
I'm not even talking about those who are in unified force, who are in the training now. I'm talking about those who was being seated without nothing. Nobody even talking about them. This is the people that I'm talking about now. And this is the people that Comrade Garwidwell is concerning for.
It's the private army who were left. They did not go to
private. They are not a private. Army was not in training on.
If they don't have anything to eat, they are private army. Even Riek himself, Marabita Riek defense minister, she never went to them. So there is another case there, something going on.
Wilton, let me help you like this.
The LPD is not in training are a private to Salva Kiir.
Welcome, let me help you. This is why I was trying to answer your question.
Okay,
the Ministry of Defense is now under the SPLM IO leadership, which is now headed by Honorable Angelina Tang. So we have not seen Honorable Angelina Tang complaining about lack of food or lack of medicine or whatever is going on in the SPLA IO camps cantonment side. We have not heard from them. So if there is somebody to be blamed why the army is not receiving shelters or clothes or medicine or food, it should go directly to the Ministry of Defense, which is now under the leadership of the SPLM IO political party. So that is something to be answered by Dr. Riek Machar and his wife. So now tell us, I think I answered you briefly.
Okay.
But
Now
the question is,
okay.
This is what we want from you as members of the SPLMIO. You need to let us know exactly.
Okay, just one second there.
Wait, Alex.
Now you split again.
We need to know exactly.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you.
Let me finish.
Okay.
We need to know from you whether it is actually right for a junior officer to summon or to demand and request something from the chairmanship to come and brief them in the cantonment side or in the areas under their control. It is supposed to be Gatwec himself to come to Juba to be briefed by the commander-in-chief. You know, he's available. He can come anytime. But the question is, why is he not availing himself in Juba? So he has to be briefed by his commander-in-chief. Then he can still go back to the area under the control of IO forces. That means I have been saying this constantly, that Gatwec has never joined the government of unity in Juba ever since. So he's against the peace himself, just like General Johnson Woolen himself. These two generals, they're not in good spirit with peace. You know, something is going on here. That is why Dr. Riek Machar never responded to them. And maybe that's the reason why Angelina Tang is trying to stay away, not to visit their area, because they are acting belligerently. They are against the peace, they are against this IO that is already in the government.
Billy, look, let me answer you this. Let me come clearly here. Dr. Machar,
I give you 2 minutes, okay?
Oh,
there are so many guests.
Okay.
So I can give them.
Thank you.
Yes,
how do Dr. Machar left to Juba? He left to Juba by peace granted. He was not just going to Juba. He was going there with the peace granted, right? So when he is swearing, even now, as I'm talking to you now today, as we're talking, he's staying in Juba with the peace granted. And this is the peace.
I don't know.
Okay, and this is the peace grantor that has been written a letter by the chief of staff, and you telling me chief of staff is not belong to, is not happy with the peace in the first place. That's unacceptable to say that. So let me put this here. Unified force are unified force. That's what Angelina working on it. And when he's working on it, see last year, okay? See last year, Unified Force was being given a report that they all finished training. See last year. And then this year, in July, another report came. Another report came that the Unified Force finished for training. So what is the obstacle here to Salva Kiir? This is the question that you, the Young Council of Youth, should answer. What is the obstacle here for Salva Kiir not to graduate this military? That he is the commander-in-chief for that unified force. He is the commander-in-chief. Just drive in and graduate them. What is the obstacle here? Can anybody answer me for that?
Billy, Luke is going to come and answer you.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you asked me. You asked me the question about.
Or maybe I will ask it in the mentality of young council of elders. Go Kiir can be gender.
No.
Below you go again.
You are out of topic. We are not talking about Young Council of Elders. Yeah. Well, let me not.
Okay. Leave that question of council. I know
don't interrupt people, taking people from the main topic to nonsense. We are talking about your general of step. So please give other people.
This is the military. We are talking about military. We didn't even go out. So don't
repeat your question again. Go ahead. Repeat your question again. What was
it? I asked the question.
No,
Billy, look, you don't entertain something like that. Have no solution.
No, I need an answer.
Okay, what was the question?
What is the obstacle for a commander-in-chief Salva Kiir to graduate his unified force? He's the commander.
Okay, yes. Now I got it. Now I got it. The reason why the unified forces, which is actually the combination of the forces that were drawn from the South Sudan People Defense Force and the opposition forces under the SPLA-IO leadership that were combined together. The reason why they are not being graduated is because of this internal military and political division within the SPLA-IO leadership. That is why they cannot get along. So these forces that were drawn from the side of the SPLA-IO leadership are the one causing military agitation within. And that's why you see this internal fighting coming from the IO itself. And this is actually also provoking the government forces. And that's why it is now being complicated and they cannot move forward. And Dr. Garwidwal himself, I mean, Dr. Riek Machar and Garwidwal are the ones to be held accountable for all this military and political commotion in their camps. And that's why I told you yesterday, you need to unify your ranks and file before you come and confuse the government. So that is your own. It's coming from your because they are not united politically. And some politicians are walking away from IO. Military officers are defecting from IO. That is where the confusion is. And that's one.
Mabor, let me just answer this.
And then
I'm gonna.
So I think I answered your question.
And then leave this propaganda online. Talk to, because I already knew. He's the one who
thank you.
Leave this propaganda. Talk to Salva Kiir. So let Dr. Riek Machar go and unify.
All right, thank you. You can call it propaganda just like the same way. That is exactly the same thing Charles is saying. So thank you, Walke. Let me give the chance. Let's go to
when you are twisting words, you make other people count.
No, Charles, please.
Okay.
Charles, I'm going to be very strict now. I'm going to be very strict. Walke Mabu, thank you. Thank you, Charles. Let me give it to Dr. Dolarjin, and then I can go to a Coach Ding, and then eventually I can go to Dr. Ding Ding. And then after that, we will come back and decide.
Can I respond?
To make the... No, you don't have to respond, Charles, please. That is enough.
To give like and then you don't want people to respond.
I didn't.
Charles, I will remove you if you don't comply with my rules and regulation. I will terminate your membership now. Please respect the time.
You terminate me from
give
Facebook?
the chance to other guests on the show. Dolarjin, it is your turn, please.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to say hello to all of you guys. My name is Dolarjin. Most of you know me. The leader of the UPSS, Union Party of South Sudan. You know, quickly, I'm going to talk about the security crisis that is almost causing the peace to collapse. And I think that's why people are talking about Garwedwell. And maybe I can make a comment about maybe Honorable Ezekiel calling for election.
Yes.
I think these are your
exactly.
two topics, right? Let me start with quickly with the security situation, because I think is more important than this election. You know, when we talk of Simon Garwe, the reaction he's doing now, you know, is very complex, and a lot of you will not understand it because there is more strategies going on here, military strategies. In armed conflict, if you don't understand, you will not understand what Garwedwell is doing right now. Okay, so what is happening? Garwe actually, he is not included in the peace agreement, and therefore he is, you know, he doesn't belong to the peace agreement, and most of his forces or his followers don't belong to the peace agreement. Because, you know, the peace agreement itself is not for IO, okay? It was meant to pressure the leader of the IO. And most of you here do not understand a pressure and a peace agreement. You know, this one is a pressure. A pressure means force. So you are forced actually to sign this peace based on some condition. And that is why Riek Machar right now, you know, is in Juba, because he is forced. If the peace does not include his followers, some of because he did not even negotiate it with the whole movement. So this is the one thing actually I wanted to let you know about the reaction of Gatwec. The only mistake Gatwec is doing is that he's trying to write letters to the regional body. And I think he's doing that because he doesn't know the procedure and he doesn't know what regional body power they have. Because in East Africa, IGAD, they don't have their own power to even call a meeting and sit about arrest of Riek Machar in South Africa, or whether his house arrest in Juba. They cannot, IGAD cannot do that. They don't have power to do that, because IGAD power is based on TRICA. And most of you don't know TRICA, then that means you don't understand the peace of South Sudan. So if the TRICA is the one that actually empowers them with money so that they can make a meeting, leave about even decision. First, even calling a meeting, whether in Juba, in Addis Ababa, in what, they have to get money approved from TRICA. These are the people that have money to supply them with the money. So now, if Gatwec don't understand that logic, so that's why he's calling. What Gatwec position is very clear. He's not included in the peace. Riek has no talk to him, and his forces, they don't know what is going on. So he is actually trying to make Riek to come back and so that he can make them aware about how peace is going, because his forces are getting attacked. There is no training already, as Wal was saying, no training, and
My
there is a
phone
lot
is
of
dying. I'm going out. I'm gonna charge it. Okay.
So now Gatwec is trying to react into this, and this is normal in any situation. Okay, it's normal for a force to react. So what we needed to understand is now this reaction can be a strategy for Riek even to agree so that he can get out from the trap, and that will be very difficult actually, because the thinking from Gatwec now, they have realized now the peace has collapsed, because already there are fighting. Already people have been fighting. They attack his forces in Equatoria, and there are war also in Apanal, and so many crises going on. Military confrontation already are there. Now, Gatwec is trying another strategy to get Riek Machar out from Juba, but it's going to be very difficult. You know, Riek Machar can never be allowed to get out because Gatwec is calling him. That is a very weak point of his strategy, because he doesn't understand why Riek Machar is there. Riek Machar is there because of pressure. And I wanted to make this point clear to our South Sudanese people who don't understand.
May I interrupt you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes.
Who is holding Dr. Riek Machar? Also, is he the one refusing to go?
You know,
or do you try to say that the government?
Yeah, let me explain this. You know, in Africa, I study a lot of armed conflict in the whole region of Africa. Okay, and I know exactly this war we are fighting right now has already been fought in part of Africa. But most of you don't know. So that's why it looked like new to you, even the step they are taking. Okay. If I take you to Angola, the conflict in Angola, okay, there was a doctor with a PhD from European country. So this guy, his name is J.C. Sambimbi. Okay. He has been fighting a war and he got his sponsors from the West. So what happened is that he was controlling part of the Angola region where there is diamond. Like, for example, in Apanal, we have oil. Riek Machar doesn't control that. Okay? So this guy was controlling, and then he made himself, instead of fighting the war, So he made himself like a king, like he's already a president, because he has money, he has followers, and he can walk in the region. He has everything planned. So now he cannot overthrow the government. But now he got a lot of money from his sponsors by the name of overthrowing the government, and he's not fighting. So what happened is that Sabimbi, they forced him, like Riek Machar, okay? They forced him actually to go to Freetown and sign a fake peace. And then after when he was signing a fake peace, they almost killed him. He got out. The second time they forced him again, then he was killed. So now, you know, I'm not saying Riek Machar will be killed, but it's a similar case, what I have studied, okay? So when you ask me about who forced this Riek Machar is being forced by all those guys who sponsor him, okay? When he was actually doing his own rebellion, okay? Those IGAD country, some of them are his sponsors, some of them are his friends. Now they are hungry because he's not fighting a war, actually. He's in Afanal, because if you remember in Addis Ababa, there was a pace that they say, okay, now let's give war a chance. So what does that one mean? In Addis, the war was given a chance so that you guys, you can fight. Do you have forces that can overthrow Salva Kiir? He said yes. So the people were fighting in Afanal. They were fighting everywhere in the country. But he could not do it, okay? And the worst thing is that he was not engaging the government, you see? So he was sitting in Addis Ababa like a president. Actually, he was making, he considered himself like already he's a president in the region. So this one, I think, is making some of his sponsors very mad. And that's why they force him to go to Juba and sign a fake peace so that Salva Kiir can kill him. This is what I have studied from other conflicts that actually have surrounded in Africa, like Sierra Leone, the case of Angola, the case of Congo. A lot of cases that most of these rebel leaders, they were killed. They were lured in fake peace and they got killed in the capital. Now, this is, you know, it can be a scenario. In my analysis, this can be a scenario. Another scenario could be this, you know, this division. A lot of you, like you now, you say, I think Ms. Luke, you were saying that IO was dividing, and that is making it very hard for the peace to be implemented. That is wrong. You know, if you look at the any kind of rebellion, there must be any side, there must be money used, and actually followers are bought with money in armed conflict. It's not a secret, or it's not. You can be bought. Even your own brothers, people are bought in armed conflict, and that is normal for the Nuer actually to go to Juba, whether they are bought or what. I'm not. It's not a surprise to me because I have seen it in any rebellion. But the thing is, you know, when these people are bought, you think that it is maybe a disadvantage for the opposition. No, this can actually be an advantage for people who study this. It can be advantage for the opposition in so many ways, whether financial, in financial term, or maybe in information. A lot of things going on. If you look at the Rwanda case, let me tell you something about the Rwanda. What happened in Rwanda? You know, do you know those people actually who killed the president? Actually, when they were actually, you know, there was a president of Hutus, and there was Tutsi before the genocide erupted in Rwanda. So what happened is that, you know, there are a lot of theory there, and it is actually people thinking like this guy those rebels that were bought, they actually cooking something inside the capital, and they took a lot of guns that are capable to bring down the plane. And that is why, you know, when this guy was running for peace agreement, this president of Hutus was running for peace agreement, then the rebels themselves that were in part of the government, like right now, like Ezekiel, those of what is it? Those of Gatkuoth and all those rebels that you think now, you're thinking they are part of government. So they were the one actually who brought this plane down by using the government equipment. Okay. So you see now, for you, you guys, you need to understand armed conflict actually. It's very complex.
Anyway,
so now there is a
Dollar,
possibility. Hold on.
Yeah.
We have a possibility that this guy.
I have so many guests, please.
I
will let you repeat yourself later on.
Hold on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. So there is a possibility that those opposition leaders that are already defected can actually emerge, and actually they might be doing something. Instead of killing Riek Machar, they may end up killing Salva Kiir actually. So those are the scenario you guys need to look at in the security arrangement. Okay. The other thing, you know, when I look at the Lol Garkwa calling for this is just a political corruption, because Lol Garkwa actually should not be calling for election right now, because in any election in Africa, it requires a lot of money. If we don't have money to implement peace, we need more money to actually run election than peace actually, because elections are very expensive in Africa. But I think that, you know, he doesn't understand, or maybe thinking maybe he's going to get the position. That's why maybe he's running like that. But otherwise, I don't think, even if we go for election, it will be a tribal line. And after the election, then there will be a very big tribal war, because, you know, people, they are going to vote according to tribe. You will vote, the Nuer will vote for a Nuer. Maybe probably if I will be maybe in the ballot, my tribe will vote for me, Salva Kiir, his tribe, and maybe Lamakol and all that. Because, you know, the country right now is on tribalism. We have not resolved the problem of tribalism. So we cannot run for election that where people will vote on tribal line. Now, what I wanted our people to understand, you know, this peace arrangement is really.
I will let you repeat yourself after that. Please let me give other guests a chance. When they speak, I will let you go in a circle again. So thank you for your time. I appreciate your patience, and I give you enough time. So the next speaker is going to be a coach. Atwai, please summarize your point in 5 minutes so I can go to Dr. Deng, because we are actually running out of time. It will be appreciated. Thank you for your patience, sir. I think you are muted. Let me see. Yeah. I don't want you guys to get bored, as Dr. Deng is waiting too, and then I will go to Brother Dawood as well.
So are you hearing me now?
Yes, can hear you now.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Look, yeah, it is a good discussion, but it should be 5 minutes, as you says, you know. لأنه كل حاجة لما يكون يطولوا أو نفرين أو نفر واحد يطول حاجة بخلي باقي جماعة ينوموا شوية. Okay. Yeah. So thank you guys. Thank you. The topic is for General Staff Garwidwal, and yeah, I think if I am not mistaken,
General Garwidwal.
You know, Bill, look, let me say this before I go further. I want to give advice to my brother Dorladjen. It's not a statement and it's not a question. You know, I did listen a lot of his speech from Dorladjen, but it is good sometimes for someone like Dorladjen, don't make too much assumption. You know, when you make too much assumption, you know, about everything, all the South Sudanese, we are watching you. Whatever you are doing on your show, or you are going to the show and you make assumption there and here, this will happen, this will happen. My friend, you have to reduce it a little bit.
That is a political conspiracy. Yeah, we understand. And that's why his wishful thinking is he wants to see South Sudan go back to war. So that's where they get opportunities. So we understand it.
Okay. Another thing, I just came from work and I just joined you guys, and I find Mr. Bugulishino La Tele or Bugulishino. You know, I make a show 3 months ago or last month, and I name it those leftover from the SPLM. I make it like that, leftover of the SPLM. You know, those who leftover of SPLM IO, not SPLM IG. Those who left over in diaspora here or in Sudan, you know, they should be careful. My question is, who signed the peace with government and who has authority over Riek Machar? You know, to me, there is nobody has power over Riek Machar, on top of Riek Machar. If Riek Machar feel that this peace will not take him nowhere, he is a man, he is a doctor, he know he has been in the bush. He cannot be forced to go to Juba and sign this peace. Whoever is left outside like Garwidwal has no power, you know, to force Riek Machar, you know, to talk on behalf of him. Riek Machar know him already. So how many months now, you know, those guys, they have been left out, and we don't think that they can talk with Riek Machar. Absolutely, they talk. But what hold them back to Sudan? You know, Garwidwal and Ulin. What hold them back to Sudan? You know, so any support of the IO when they came here, when they come here to this show, they should know and they should understand, you know, clearly what is going on in the IO and who is the head of IO. Blaming Riek Machar, well, let them blame Riek Machar, you know, but they cannot just come here like I heard some people saying that Jiang Council of held that, oh, you Jiang. What bring Jiang here? What bring Jiang Council of Elders here? The peace is between Riek Machar, the IO, and the IG Salva Kiir. The munujab denka juwa, you know. Hatta al-kalam sahabu biji bada galana semira koi gibel gadi wana gal ho itkalla ma Salva Kiir. Malu ma dada ana ferdi. Lo ana kalamtu mao o inta lo semita fi Facebook ma khalas asma lo dada salni asalni privately. Ana gutu shunu ma Salva Kiir. Lo inta dada triga chani udu.
It was not you. I think you were saying that Gatkuoth Denkur, right? Am I right?
No, it's me. It's me. It was me. It was me. I make a video.
Again, it's you.
It was me.
I was repairing that you done a good job. I didn't see that as bad thing to you. I was just saying, okay.
I know. I know you did. No, you did not say.
Tell him
sorry.
We in the Facebook here we are fighting. So let him bring a good suggestion because you get a chance to talk to him. That's what I was saying.
Okay, guys. I think I will stop there. Give the chance to other, and if I have a time, I will come back. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Banyakoch. Thank you very much for your brief perspective. So the next speaker is going to be Dr. Deng Ding. Dr. Deng Ding, welcome. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry for late. Thank you for sending me a link, and thank you to the fellows.
I think your voice is not clear, or am I the only one having a technical problem with your audio?
No, I don't hear it.
Adjust your mic a little bit so we can hear you clearly, Dr. Ding.
Do you hear me now?
No, your audio is not clear.
I think echo.
No, you can take your headphone off. Take it off, I guess. Maybe that's the reason why we can't hear you properly. I think it went off. All right, we have to wait. He's going to come back, I guess. While we're waiting him, I think I can give the podium to Brother Dawood. Dawood, you just tuned in, and the topic is about the article written by Honorable Loli Ezekiel about calling for the conduct of the free and fair election in South Sudan. That is the number one article that we discussed. And then the second one is about Garwidwal ordering or summoning his own commander-in-chief to come and brief him about the progress of the revitalized peace agreement in Juba. So is it logical for a junior officer in the military to order his commander-in-chief to come and brief him about anything? Do you think the the call for the conduct of the free and fair election in South Sudan is the right way to get out of this conflict in South Sudan? These are the two questions that we are discussing. So,
Okay, so
I would like to give you the platform. I'm waiting for Dr. Deng Ding. I think your device is having experience to connect. So go ahead, Dawood, while we wait for Deng to come back.
Yes, so like when Dole was talking, you know, because he was talking about how the similar things happen in parts of Africa, you know, he's truly right about that, you know. But when it comes to things like junior officers, senior officers, the truth is, the guy with the money is the one that controls what's going on. So I could be just me tomorrow. I can be the president of South Sudan. It depends who controls the money. You see what I'm saying? Who controls the money? Who wants who up there? And that's one thing a lot of us keep missing as Sudanese men, since we're all Sudanese men here, you know. We need to take a good look at ourselves. What's going on in South Sudan? Is it fair?
It depends who controls the money. See what I'm saying? Who controls the money? Who wants who up there? And that's one thing a lot of us is missing.
I can hear myself. I can hear myself twice. I don't know what's going on.
Check your audio, Dawood.
No, it's not me. It's not me. It's not me. It's not me. Somebody out here has two things open.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not me.
Okay. And that's one thing.
Finish your.
I can hear myself. I can hear myself twice.
Let everybody mute himself, please.
It's not me. It's somebody. Somebody here. Can everybody mute their mic, please?
It's not me. Somebody out here has two things open.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not
Abraham.
Finish your.
I can hear
I'm trying to mute them. Wait.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So when it comes to things like the junior person calling for calling for re-election, and the other guy wants to be, you know, told what happened, what's going on. The truth is, man, none of this stuff really matters, you know, because, you know, the more we argue about those little things, the more they're implementing harsher laws in South Sudan, making it hard for the regular people, the ordinary people, the hardworking South Sudanese men and women. Not us. We're here in diaspora. You know, we have internet, we have food, we have car, we okay. But then what about the youth that's down there? Because all this stuff, it messes with their future. All this stuff messes with our mom stuff. All this stuff messes with the hospital, with the grandma, with the children. It does not affect us in diaspora. So we need to look at it as like not men that want to be in position, but let's look at it as like, how can we help our brothers and sisters back home? Because all this conflict is gonna bring innocent women getting hurt. Youth, especially young guys like me, are the ones that are gonna fight this so-called war or nonsense conflict. You know, as I always tell people, and Billy, you know where I stand. I don't care about Salva Kiir. I don't care about Riek Machar. I don't care about Thomas Cirillo. I don't care about Dole, even if he's trying to run for president. You know, I care about the people of South Sudan. And you know, and Dole is a really nice guy, but he sounds like a politician. That's why me and him don't click. But other than that, he's like my uncle, you know. But the truth is, we need to focus more on the people down there. Like whatever we do, whatever we interact with, how's it going to help the people in South Sudan? You know, because right now we're divided to a whole nother level. If we're going to talk about election, why don't we do the elections by tribe? Every tribe casts their own vote. If we do that now, that's a fair thing, isn't it? Because we have 64 tribes, right? If we're going to talk about votes, that's another way we can bring that up. Every tribe casts their vote for whoever they want to cast the vote for. So then the tribe goes sit together, who we're going to vote for. And it's going to be anonymous. Now we're talking about fairness, right? We're talking about unity for the right reason. You know, because for me, I'm all about unity, but we need to unite for the right reason. Not a junior officer trying to make some noise. No, dude, we don't know where they get their money from. People talk about oil. Do you even know how oil thing work? No, we don't. People talk about prophesizing about what's gonna happen. Like, dude, it's like I don't even know where you get that information from.
Is a prophecy about what will likely happen.
But yeah, I mean,
you know,
no, it's nothing is wrong with speaking your mind. But what I'm saying is the stuff that he says like that, it's like it has no, because he said something like that's very important when he said that the same thing happened in Angola, right? Angola or Senegal. He was right about that. And, you know, I did some research on that. And the same thing with Rwanda. But with Rwanda, he didn't even say the truth, what really happened with Rwanda. You know, because you know, as a politician, I really want a politician that speaks the truth, you know, somebody that speaks to my soul. Like, hey, we want this for the youth. Not talk about politics, man. We need to talk about how can we rebuild South Sudan, man. We need to rebuild South Sudan. We need schools, we need hospitals. I don't care about what tribe, but we need to start having these foundations in our country. But when we have some general that really don't care about you and I, has like about 1,000 soldiers that's protecting him, and he's trying to talk about election, what does he know? You know, this guy, most of these guys, man, honestly, they live in corruption. They man, like, these guys are, they're scums of the earth, man. These guys are criminals. Salva Kiir is a criminal. He looks like Harami. Riek Machar looks like Harami. Even Wani Iga, man. Yo, how come our men sleep on these guys? Man, I understand, Itakum, you guys love these guys. I understand you guys fought beside these guys. I understand that, but the truth needs to be said. But the truth needs to be said, man. At this point, the truth is, when we go forward, because if you guys keep going the way you guys are going right now, okay, the youth is gonna deviate from you guys. But the one that's gonna speak for the youth, is gonna speak for the people, is the person that people gonna choose. Because the next president of South Sudan, trust me, is gonna be a president that's chosen by the people. Because if he's gonna be chosen by the people, trust me. Okay, just let me wrap this up. So when he gets chosen by the people, trust me, some people gonna face court system. Because what's gonna happen is the truth is coming out. Everybody that ever taken money from South Sudan, from the blood money, they're gonna get prosecuted. Everybody that lives in abroad, that owns land back home, that does not belong to him, is so-called stolen, he or she gonna face prosecution. Everybody will. And that's the type of president I want. That's the type of president we need. Somebody who speaks for the people. And let me let you guys go ahead, brothers, and you know, because I can speak for days. But it's all love, though, you know.
Why you don't show your face, gentlemen? You should have to show your face. So
what Malaysia?
You can show your face. So.
It's okay.
Okay.
I mean, I mean, like, Malaysia next time.
We know you, Brother Dawood. Anyway, yeah. Thank you very much. But I was trying to ask you a question. Do you agree with the conduct of the election as the only exit strategy out of this South Sudan conflict? That is what was actually proposed by Honorable Lolo Ezekiel. It's calling for general election other than the wrangling over the power sharing.
Yeah, it's not gonna work, because it's like your leg hurts, you know, they say just drink some alcohol, you'll forget about it. No, that's not how you fix problem. We need to it's the thing is, we don't even need a new president. The thing is, we need to start fixing the country, man. We need to start building the relationship between the people. Like, as I tell you, Billy, I hate all politicians, man. If you're not speaking for the people, man, you're not my guy. Yeah. So
okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dawood. I think we are not there yet. We are not there yet. Just wait for the conduct of the election. When election is given a green light, that's when you will see the real politician. That's when you will see Dr. Dawood coming out with a clear agenda of how he wants to envision South Sudan. And that's when you will be able to listen to his philosophy.
I might run. Hey, Billy, Billy, I'm a run for president. You be the vice president, man.
Thank you very much. Anyway, we're not a politician. We're just activists. So anyway, let me give our doctor, Dr. Ding Ding, a chance, and then you have to listen. Then you will have a response. Thank you.
Can I answer about
Dr. Ding? I hope you are ready now.
Can I answer about the election? Yes or no? Can I answer the election only? Question. That's it.
Okay, go ahead.
I like the election, but how we are going to get the money?
Why is everything with money, man?
The answer in the future. But let's all agree first. Then we talk about this.
I agree for election. Where we will get the money? While the money for security are not there.
We are not there yet. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome aboard.
It's a good go to the Ezekiel.
Yeah, it has to go to Ezekiel, the proposal. Absolutely. Thank you. Anyway, the next speaker is Dr. Ding. Dr. Ding, thank you for your patience and humility. It is your turn now, and thank you for coming back. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Well, thank you, guys. I'm so I believe it was my network.
You clear.
I hope I'm clear now.
You're very, very clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you. First of all, Bill, look, thank you very much for inviting me, and I thank also the panels on the show and the viewers everywhere they may be. I'm going to go straight to the topic. You know, the behaviors of Gerald Gawit Dwals have been very clear from day one. When
Please,
peace agreement was
you need to
signed, I
respect.
believe.
Respect, please. You're a doctor. I think you know how the protocol is.
What are you talking about?
You say the behaviors.
Okay, it's still a behaviors. When you write a letter, it's a behavior.
That's why
when you talk, it's a behavior. What are you talking about?
That's not the behaviors.
By the way,
No,
brother,
we understand.
I know always you just jump to something you do not know. Okay, let me talk first.
Yeah, Dr. Deng, you are right. You don't recognize the person, so you can even insulting it. It's okay for you. Just go ahead.
Alex, I mean, welcome aboard, please. Do not interrupt. It is not you who is actually presiding over this program. It is me.
The behavior.
I will impose the rule of law.
If you don't know the term behavior, okay, thank you.
Can you
If you
mute
don't know the term
everybody? Can
behavior
you
properly,
mute everybody? Will look mute everybody.
Thank you very much, Abraham. I did, but they keep unmuting themselves. Go ahead, Dr. Deng.
Okay,
Let
thank
each
you.
and every one of us speak uninterrupted, please. Thank you.
I'm not going to respond. I'm not going to respond to Etiale. That's okay. Let him speak out of his mind. It's just his behavior.
Yeah.
I can't change. I'm not the father. So here's the point here. The behaviors of General Gawit Dwal have been very clear when he was actually doing the interview with Radio Temasi. Okay, that's where you could see that there was something going on within the SPLM-IO. And if you could read his message, then you would definitely tell something was going on in SPLM-IO. But that's not the point. The point here is this. When we come into a military structure, General Gawit Dwal is General Chief of Staff. On top of him, there's a senior person, which is a minister in terms of the army, in terms of national army. There is a vice chair of the party, which is IO. There is a chair, which is the commander Riek Machar himself. Okay, so if there is something that going on within the movement, especially that affecting the army, then it would be a counselor or advisor, the senior advisor, the more senior than him, would have been the one to present the case to Riek Machar. That is up to IO level. This is to do with IGAD or Trica or what so. No, the problem here in our mind, when you think that you have power, you can speak out of your mind. Okay, so Gawit Dwals, if he has to follow the military code of conduct, he would have not even written a letter requesting directly from him to the peace grantors. Okay, he has to talk to his leader. He has to talk to the military council. They have a council. He has a system. The system they have to go through. But because he thinks that he is a mighty, powerful person in the army, he could speak out of his mind. So I would just simply conclude that General Gawit Dwal is causing more division within SPLM-IO. And if you read Duer comments, he has been writing letters calling for the chairperson of SPLM-IO, Riek Machar, to resign. And he is the member of the SPLM-IO. The same Duer has also connection with General Wolin and Gawit Dwal. So what is going on within the SPLM-IO really is a big task that none of us can predict. The problem is people don't know the structure, the powers, how you follow your principles. The principle within SPLIO, Gatwec should have not written a letter. I know I supporters may say is right, but he should have not written a letter, to IGAD. Now, for example, JJ Okoch, a general chief of staff of SFCDF. If there is anything wrong going on within the peace agreement that is being implemented, who will he write letter to? He will write a letter to the Minister of Defense, and then the Military Council, the advice of Military Council, and will go to the council. The council will be the one that to present a letter to the president. Okay, but JJ Okocha will not write a letter directly to the IGAD or to any other people that actually granted the peace. It would make sense. So for Gatwec, there is something that bigger than what we know going on within SPLAIO. Now, when it comes to term of Ezekiel calling for election, to be honest with you, election is the solution to our problems, South Sudan. Unfortunately, we cannot do election when there is no permanent peace in the country. We cannot do election when the security in the country is not stable. You cannot do election when the economy of the country is absolutely elapsed. There's no way you can do election like that one. So I think that the step number one for us is to do this peace agreement, to implement, so that people, have security. People who are in POs will return to their areas. People who are somewhere will return to their consensus, so that they go and vote. Okay, that's where election will come. But the idea of election, yes, is very. But I don't think election is right now until all these mess, are cleared up. Until we have a great and permanent peace in our country. Thank you.
Let me now respond.
No, Charles, we're gonna go in the order we appear on the screen.
No, please.
Wait, Charles, please. I'm going to conduct this.
I'm just gonna go.
Yes, I'm coming to you. We gotta go in the order in which we spoke earlier. So
no, I say I'm going somewhere. I just want to answer.
Be patient, please. I will come to you. Charles, you gotta listen.
I have other things to do. I just want to answer quick, or I just
please. Yes, I will give you a chance. Wait. Anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Ding Ding. That was a very elaborative perspective that you have just presented. I do appreciate you. And I think you have made it articulately clear to the audience and to the panel on the show what exactly we are talking about. So on the article of Honorable Ezekiel Gatkuoth, yes, it is a good thing for us to get out of this conflict, is to actually accept the idea or the perception of going for general election. However, accepting or calling for the general election does not mean we have to go to election right away. We have to make sure we do away with the war, and then we have to reconcile the people, and then we have to make sure we actually drop a constitution in a minute, and then after that we have to prepare for general election, conduct the national census, and then we have to make a voter registration drive. All these things have to be met 5 years to conduct of election. So what Honorable Ezekiel Gatkuoth did is just a proposal. What matters to us as South Sudanese, we have to say, yes, going for general election is the only way to get out of this conflict. It's not about power sharing. Power sharing is not going to deliver peace. That's why you can see the current peace is not being implemented, because there are too many political parties arguing over the ideology. They want to promote their ideas, and that's why peace cannot be implemented practically according to our practice. So that's why these political parties should have actually advocate for the conduct of the general election, so they can compete, and whoever wins the election will take it all. This is how you can reform the country in accordance to your policies or ideological vision that you want to run the country. And this is how it can work. So that when you win as a political party, you take it all. Then you form your own government. Then you go without nobody interfering with your affairs, because you will be given the constitutional mandate by the people of South Sudan. This is what we want to see as the exit strategy for this conflict in South Sudan. So I strongly support the article. Sorry, I think there is a network issue. I guess you can hear me. So that's good. And on the issue of Garwidwal is supposed to follow the chain of command, the military code of conduct. You cannot summon and you cannot actually override the responsibility of your commander-in-chief. That's wrong there. So thank you very much, Dr. Dane, for that elaboration. And now the next speaker is going to be Wilson. Wilson, while you come in first, and then after that, I will give it back to Charles. Yes, we got to be fair.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Bill Looks. I will wrap it up.
Yes.
The time is really when. So what I will say to conclude my things is, all in all, you brought this up so people can look at it and try to analyze it and see what direction the country is going through. So based on those letters and interview and question, I say before, it telling us so many different things. There is the issue between chief of staff and his boss, which is Riek Machar. They cannot communicate, because if they communicate, there was no reason for him to write two letters. He's telling to the regional or the IGAD that he's another gentleman who have a power, so he want to be heard. So there is a lot of things on this issue, but the IO supporters, they don't want to hear that. They all agree that Riek know it. In other words, it could put Riek in danger. If Riek know it, why Riek is making a deal with somebody that he abandoned him in Gaba, and then now you're telling him to write the letter on behalf of you, while he has a power as a vice president to write his own letter. He's all usually met with the all well ambassadors. So there are something that's not add up here. Again, for the election, people don't like it, but it is a way to study. So in another word, is for people who have a peace in heart are telling the most opposition whom they see them, they can trick another war. That's why they bring the word election. We know that there are a lot of processes need to be done, but they are telling them, hey, the only solution is not a gun, it's the election. So let have this peace to be implemented, and then let go to the process of election. So as we all know, election need money, election need a census, election need what and what. But it is another way to calm down the entire opposition, not to use the gun against the country. We are already exhausted with the crisis. We have economic crisis. We have security problem for the last 7 years. And we have now Mother Nature problem plot. And then we have a lot of things. And then Ebola, well, what they call coronavirus. So in this time, for people who are using the word election, is a wise people who want to calm down those military mindset with behavior of tricking a war. So I really agree with those terms. But what I will say to our brothers who are supportive of the IO, you need to come when people are discussing here, your message will go to the South Sudanese, either to clear yourself that what is going on is not the right way, but don't just come and arguing with us to debate something that it is the facts, everybody is seeing it, there is something wrong. Again, Mr. Charles, do not insult people. We are adult enough by using, not Bakul McDonough or Ita, you don't understand. I don't think this, we are beyond that level of insulting ourselves. That will not make sense to insult people. We really need to be civilized a little bit, the way we debate. Again, I thank all of you, those who participate. Let's keep it like that. For Dollargen, he has a very big wish of war to going on, which is somebody advised him before not to come. You need to calm down because your more wish could jeopardize, like the word you say, you never know. The old IO who are defect to the government, it could be disadvantage to the government. They could turn around and make a coup. That's what you are telling us. And that word alone could make the people who went in Juba to be suspicious, like you guys are communicating. So there are somewhere that you could know can happen, but you don't need to. Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, I think my computer is dying. So anyway, I will stop here because I cannot see you. I think the battery died, and I will stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Wilson. Thank you for
I
your
will
contribution.
I will leave you
Okay.
over there. I have a lot of bunch of computer here. I will watch.
All right, Abraham, you will be okay. Charles Ifu, it is your turn now. You can unmute yourself, or I can mute you. Unmute you.
Thank you very
Yes.
much,
Thank you.
Billy Luke, and those guests who just joined us, including the Dictorat of America. You know, when we come to the media, I talked before. You know, I missed some discussion after my battery went off, and I just got the young boy talking. I didn't. He was talking very nice, but he ended up destroying his word after he's saying, "Oh, Dr. X should be removed." Oh, Salva Waniga, you need to remove a person with a reason.
Ask my brother. Hey, Matakinum Kalamta, make your point, bro. Please.
Don't worry, Dawood. Don't is his style. Anyway, wait until you get a chance. You'll answer.
No, I mean, I don't care about his style, man. Look, yeah, they're not. Hey, come on, it's a
No, Dawood. Let's not waste time. Let him talk. Let him speak his mind. That is Charles. If you don't know Charles, that's how Charles speaks. All right? Charles, go ahead. It's your turn.
So, Dawood, best young boy, best girl, you need to learn history. You need to understand the history of the people, and then you can judge them based on their history, based on their activities, based on what they have done. That's how you can judge them. So, what you have said, I agree with you. Some of them was very good, but only when you dilute it with the wrong one. That's why I say I just want to correct you. Yes, I agree with you. We need to get rid of Salva Kiir. We need to get rid of Waniga because they are criminals. They impose war in South Sudan. I have no intention to go to war. And I agree with you
Charles,
that this is very important. Huh? Are you with me, Billy Lou?
Charles?
Yes.
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay. So,
are you done?
I agree with you. Yes. I agree with you, David or Dawood. What's going on?
No, because you keep cutting off and on. That's why I keep asking you. Finish your point so I can call the next speaker.
Oh, okay.
We are summarizing.
So I agree with you. I agree with you, Dawood. 100% I agree with you. Only that 1% with Dr. Yagde, I take it out. So 99% I agree with you that our country needs peace. That's what I've been talking. We need peace so that we do development for the youth, so that you can go back and give this idea. You're a young boy with full of knowledge and skills and talent that you can impact to our children and to our future generation and to your fellow youth. You are the people that we like. But you know what? Because there are some people misleading you or trying to give wrong information, that's why you do not know the truth. But what we are saying that you are the people. Try to watch. Okay? Watch these discussions. Then you know where is the truth here. Believe me, you're a good leader. You know how to talk. You know how to address the problem. But the only problem that you don't know who caused the problem. The root cause. So that's about you. But otherwise, I agree with you with the rest. That we need peace. We need the implementation of the peace so that the refugees can go home, so that our mom and those who are in POCs and the IDPs, will go and restore their life, so the people in diaspora can go do any development. This is what we needed. And that's the vision of the IO. So coming to Dolarje, I don't want to waste Dolarje time. Dolarje is a poor propagandist. He's a person who likes to incite war. He's a PhD, 5 PhD holders with no value. I wish this dollar here will use his PhD holders, I mean his PhD, for the benefit of South Sudanese. But instead, he used it for the destruction of South Sudanese people. He lied too much. A PhD holder doesn't lie, right? If you lie, it doesn't make sense. If you do propaganda while you're having a PhD, your PhD is valueless. You know, it is valueless. So what we are saying here is that the dollar, you need to focus. You have already a party. You don't need to involve in the other people's affairs. Don't put your nose in IO and it smell there as if we have good food for you. You already gone. Deal with your own affairs. But just sabotaging IO activities, trying to incite IO to fight with themselves, does not make sense. So going to Dr. Rajere Kaman, another doctor here, called Deng, whatever.
Deng Ding, Dr. Deng Ding.
Yeah, Dr. Deng Ding. I only agree with him about the elections. That peace only has to be restored before elections.
Right.
But coming that about General Chief General Staff, he's confused. Okay, he's confused. So you cannot dismiss why Comrade Simon write a letter to IGAD requesting them to allow Dr. Riak to come and brief the headquarters. That's a genuine. That's a procedural. And that's how our code of conduct works. It was the IGAD that took Dr. Riak to what? To Juba. If you don't know, it was the peace granters. If it was to be, there's a total peace. Don't you think that Dr. Riak should be in the IO, liberated areas, and brief the people there? You could be briefing our soldiers. You could be briefing, our civilians in the liberated areas. You should be briefing other citizens as the first vice president. Why is only Hussein Abdelbagi is allowed? I will go to Warab, go where? What is special with him? Please mute now other people. My voice is reporting. Somebody is there opening it. My voice is echoing. So that is totally an illusion from Dr. Dengdi. Causing division. There's no any division in IO. It's only you to dictate that you do propaganda. You are just like Dr. Dolarje. All of you doctors from America, South Sudanese. I think something is wrong with you. Okay?
All right, thank you, Charles. I think that is your closing remarks.
No. I have one.
Let me give it to.
Wait.
No, we are running out of time. We got.
Let me respond to this. He said Duet will call. They have a coalition with the Gatwec. Let me answer this, please.
1 minute.
Okay, and then I conclude. So Duet has no connection with the. Duet is already not an IO. He already a leader of reformists within his own leadership. He has no connection with the Johnson Olony, Johnson Olony and General Simon. Please avoid inciting people for something that is not happening. And you don't lie, Dr. Dengdi. And to my brother, another one, the Padang leader, in North America, Wilson. Please, I didn't insult anybody. But when you are talking like a bird, in a tree, when they are constructing their houses, that's when I say one question at a time. And when you are coming here, don't come to lie because you are the moderator, and you want to silence people and say, I will kick you out if you don't follow. This is the dictatorship that we are fighting in South Sudan. That's what is South Sudan. This is not South Sudan Broadcasting Corporation. If you kick me from here, I'm going to do analysis on my show. You cannot kick me from there. The best option is for us to talk. And when we talk, it is better to talk, agree to disagree, but still we have to tell the truth. Lying too much is what destroys our nation. Propaganda is what destroys our nation. when Billy Luke come and lie here with the Wilson Lual, that the Olon is not part of the IO. Olon has 10,000 soldiers not in the training cantonment center. This is a total lie that South Sudanese doesn't want to hear. When the truth, the citizen, the IGAD, the grantors know that Olon is part of the IO, and that's why his appointment is pending. And we are not withdrawing. We are not backing up. I mean, backing from his nomination. He remained the choice of the IO, and he remained the governor of Upper Nile State. Whoever doesn't want it, go to hell. Just jump there. And then he will be our fertilizer. Don't worry. We'll drink you too. Shukran.
All right, thank you very much. That is your own opinion. Thank you very much. As we are running out of time, I have to go very fast. Welcome aboard. I give you 2 minutes.
Can I make a quick? Oh, okay, sorry.
All right, Dr. Deng, you can make your closing statement and you can leave. Then I give it to the rest.
I thought we got an order system here, brother. I thought we got order system here. Remember? Come on, man. We're gonna have the order system. Remember that?
Okay, go ahead. Okay, welcome aboard. Jump in real quick. 2 minutes. 2 minutes for Dr. Dol Arjun. It will be finalized by Dr. Deng.
Okay, I will just say everything is already corrected and not corrected. I will not even answer anybody for all these things that was being said, because majority of them are not fact, and I cannot talk about it. So only one thing that I need, let's leave propaganda. If we need peace, let's tackle it in the way that whoever have an answer, who have a talk with Young Council of Elders and Salva Kiir, please talk to that person and tell him that please bring peace to South Sudan so we can go to election. Let's not draw our feet. We need an election. Let him implement the peace so we can live peacefully. If you hold your hand into money, have that money now. Then the South Sudanese, including your own parent who have a relative with you, who doesn't have money now, will hold you accountable in the time that come. That's the only thing that we need. We go for election. Young Council of Elders, I will never leave this group until election come, until they will answer the justice, because they are the people who brought this war. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. Dr. Dol Arjun, it's your turn. Make your closing remark.
Actually, I'm going to summarize very quick, because a lot of people here,
thank you very much.
They seem not to be getting a thing here, What we are talking here is a practical application of armed conflict, okay, in Africa. And this thing, our case has already happened. It happened in Rwanda, happened in Angola, in Sierra Leone, a lot of places. Now, if we look at the case of Gatwec is like, when this guy, Johnson Sabimbi was killed, his forces like Gatwec, they were still fighting. So that's what I wanted to let you know. So the case of Gatwec is not new. He knew now there will be a fighting. If Riek is killed like Joseph Sabimbi, Gatwec will still fight. So the war of Angola is still up to date. Okay. Now, if we take the case of Rwanda, in which Yaraman, President Yaraman of Hutu was killed, is like President Yaraman was like Salva Kiir. So it's like the Denka humiliating the Nuer or dominating other tribes. That was what is happening in Rwanda. And what happened is that some of the Tutsi within the Hutu government is like now Nuer in the Denka government. Okay, so they were able to sneak in powerful weapon that bring down the plane. This is you guys. I don't know how you understand conflict actually, and you don't. That's why sometimes I think we understand. Here. So it is possible. Salva Kiir don't see him like he's a king and nobody can. People can kill him like it's the way he's killing other people. So that's what I'm telling you. If we take the case of Rwanda, Salva Kiir might be killed And if we look at it, we might not know even who is going to kill him, because the president of Rwanda was killed, was shot down. Nobody knows up to now. So we are dealing with fury. And this is what is going to happen. If Salva is killed in Juba, what will happen is it Garwidwell can emerge, like the way Tutsi rebel emerge in the capital and take over the power. So these are the scenario I want you to look at, the armed conflict. If you are talking about Garwidwell joining the fees, but what I wanted our people to know, the fees has collapsed. So we are looking for scenario, what is going to happen next. And these are what is going to happen next. It's either Young Machar will be killed like the rebel leader of Rwanda, or Salva Kiir will be killed like the president of Rwanda, or the rebel leader of Angola. This is what is going to happen in Juba, actually. And wait for the dry season. The dry season is that war has already been provoked right now. So that's why you see forces of Garwidwell right now, they are ready, they are prepared. And Salva Kiir forces are already ready. So there is a conflict here. So thank you very much, and then we'll talk to you later.
That's not true. There's no forces.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dalarjin. That is his opinion. You don't need to say anything. Brother Dawood, your closing remark, please.
Yeah.
Dr. Ding, you can come back so you can give your closing remark. Go ahead, Dawood.
Yeah. So I just want to with what Dole said. He's not wrong, because what happens is, like, they still need another distraction. So they want the people to fight and all that. So most likely, they might get rid of Salva Kiir and just make the country all chaos, And as you see, a lot of Dinka people think that that's a Dinka government, and they're gonna feel like, oh, that's attack on Dinka, So it's people need to wake up, It's our government, It's our government, and we need to take care of it. We need to get rid of these politicians until people start looking at people like, oh, they are family. Yeah. Until then, man, we're gonna have a messed up country, But yeah, Charles, man, that's my take it easy, man. I guess I'm a election. But it's all love, man. Billy Luke, man, you need to stop with this BS, man. When you take you say one person should follow the rules, and then now you're trying to skip rules, man. Billy, you gotta chill with that, man. Stop. And then Uncle
Dr. Ding has a permission. That's why.
He
got a problem with his internet connection, so you keep cutting off and on. That's why you see him going.
But that's not our problem, bro. That's not our problem.
Okay, but that's why I give you chance.
You can explain yourself all day, but it's still wrong, man. We gotta follow laws, man, and that's the problem with South Sudan today. Nobody follows laws, man, and that's what we need in South Sudan. We need to arrest all these guys.
I'm a law enforcer.
No, you're not. No, you're not, Billy. Billy. If when I become in office, Billy, you're gonna get arrested. You're gonna be prosecuted. As long as you stay in America, you're safe. But you're gonna have to face court.
God bless you, boy.
Billy, you're gonna face court, and Charles, you're gonna face court as well. You got your charges. I have your charges too. And then where's Dol? I have charges for Dol as well. Dol got charges as well. And then I don't know Wall that much, but when I look more into your files, you're gonna face some charges too. Because you were talking about money, so all of you guys, just know.
I can guarantee you, man. If you could go to that, if you need money, man, I will contribute for that, man. You can arrest this guy. I need him badly.
No, seriously, no, because what we need in South Sudan is we need law. We need law, because everybody's doing things like everything is like hajat bed kill. You know what I'm saying? The Giga Charles, Malaysia, Charles.
I just want to know my charges. Charges started,
Got charges, you're talking reckless. That's what the charge you're gonna be, man. Talking reckless, man. But when it comes to South Sudan, like on a serious note, we need laws. Yeah, we really need laws, and most of our problems, like when it comes to like Dinka, Kitoria, Nuer, Shuluk, Elders, all of our problem comes down to people don't want to follow laws. You see, so because laws are made for us to live side by side in peace. So if people are not following laws, if I say, like Billy said to Ding, oh, no, Ding, got something going on, dude, well, then what's the point of having rules then? If you know what I'm saying? So that's why we need to stop that mindset, because that mindset is starts practice at home. So if Billy does stuff like this, most likely if Billy becomes in office, he's going to be corrupt. And I truly say that. I mean, I like Billy, but when it comes to serious note, I will put Billy in court. I will, but we're not there yet. But if we see the type of mentality that Billy has, and then we see the type of mentality like Charles has and people back home. That's why we in South Sudan today. That's what we have. South Sudan is a reflection of you guys. South Sudan is not a reflection of me. The revolution is the reflection of me. So we need you guys to change your mind, man. You guys need to speak more about unity, hold other men accountable. You see what I'm saying? Charles, you need to start holding Billy accountable. Billy, hold Wall accountable. Wall, hold me accountable. Hold Dole too. We need to hold each other accountable because we want to build a greater South Sudan. And for that,
unfortunately, we are not yet there, Brother Dawood. We are not yet there. We are not holding any leadership position.
No, Billy, no. Leadership starts now.
We are not holding any leadership.
No, Billy, leadership starts now.
So don't take it.
No, Billy, leadership starts now. Everybody here is a leader, Billy. You stop doubting yourself. You don't have
but sometimes you give a unity where it is due. Like when
no,
in trouble,
Billy,
you try to help the weakest first before you jump
Billy,
the strongest one.
Billy, everybody here is already a leader. You see, you don't need the office, you don't need the chair. You can lead. You see, like the way Deng speaks. I mean, don't get it wrong. I like Deng. I like Deng. So far I don't have any charges for Deng. Deng is okay. You know, I like Deng. But yeah, man, we need to start holding each other accountable, man. We really have to. It doesn't matter. You know, even you see I put Charles on check all the time. You know, I put everybody. I don't care if you Kitoyan, Nuer, Shuluk, I don't care. My brother, I put him on check. We need to start doing the right thing. And let's not forget South Sudan is our country, and we need to get the South Sudan back by leading by the truth and leading by example. But other than that,
I guess you come from Itaili. You come from Itaili, right?
Unia Tahili.
Inter.
What do you mean? I don't know. I actually never met. I actually never talked to Charles, and this is the first time I'm telling my Charles. I think I spoke to Deng before. And
anyway, thank you. Let's give a closing statement to Dr. Deng. Dr. Deng, come back, and please do not take it seriously.
You need to send your request so that I can approve.
All right,
is
it my chance?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. You know, I'm used to handling very difficult students, and the best way we do when you are handling a difficult students, the final stage is to call the parents. So I would definitely one day try to come here and call the parents of those who misbehave on this show, on the show all the time. So I'm not surprised about that. But here is the point here. Here is the point here.
We will also call your parents because you're one of them.
When we are
when we are Charlotte. Don't suspect yourself. Are you suspicious?
He's one of the stubborn students who lie all the time. He come late and then he lies.
Let's be responsible. Ma, talk like the way Dr. Deng is talking. Be anonymous. Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't even think you have kids. Otherwise, those kids are really wrong kids, by the way. So you have to behave yourself to educate your kids properly. That's the one thing. And I know that Charles have to be honest with you today in front of all South Sudanese. You need to change your attitude of insulting people. You need to respect yourself. You are in the show. You don't need to come and show yourself how wrong or how bad you are. I'm sorry to say this, but please, when you come to the show, respect yourself. Okay? Let somebody speak. You don't like it, just let somebody speak and finish instead of interrupting. I know it's difficult for us to handle you, but I know God is easy to handle you.
This is the problem with the
Here is the point, Bill. Look, yeah, it's okay. If I have ESL, that's fine. That's okay. By the way, you were even saying before South Sudan does not. That's even ESL that you are. I need to correct that. If you come to lecture you about ESL, you're going to be in problem. Anyway, sorry about that.
You are a doctor.
Here's the point.
You are a philosophical doctorate degree.
Don't worry about him. He talks about ESL all the time. I know him. Every time that I talk the Facebook, he says talk about ESL, and I don't know what ESL is about. So
that's how Charles is.
I think that's English as a second language.
So here is my point. Here's my conclusion here. All people think that whenever you come to say, then you are a liar. Whenever you come make a point, you are making propaganda, and then they forget that they are outside of the country. They are very far from people that they believe they get truth from them, just like we do. So I have never seen Charles one day even in Fagak. I've never seen him even one in the front line. He has been just eating here in McDonald's here in Canada and making noise a lot, that knowing the truth. So I don't know how we did do that. So the truth is, okay. So the truth is, The truth is, we all collect information from people we know. So if you truly believe that you collect information from what you are true, then we do know that ours are true as well. So don't think that these people are making propaganda and you are not making propaganda. So we come here to make points, not to make useless things. Otherwise, thank you, Bill. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
All right, Deng.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Deng Ding. Take it easy. And that is how we deal with Charles. You know, this has been going on. That's how we go up and down.
Wait. But it's not fair. It's not fair, though. It's not fair. It looks like you guys are attacking the guy. You guys are making him look like a hero. Please,
no.
You guys.
You know, wait, Dawoodi, you will come. I know you will come to the defense of your brother. It's okay. But what we are saying.
Oh no, he's not my brother. No, Charles is not my brother, man. Charles is not. Don't get it twisted. Charles is not my brother. But I'm just saying, when somebody rebel, that means there's something wrong in the system. You see, that's why we have rebellions in South Sudan. Something is wrong.
No, wait, I'm coming to you. Anyway, we just want to say thank you, Dr. Deng. You have made a wonderful contribution tonight to Walke Mabur, to Dawoodi, to Charles Aifu, and then to Brother Abraham Hall. You all did a wonderful job. You know, we come here to interact and, you know, present our respective opinion on whatever issue that arise in South Sudan. So we don't have to take it personal. What matters is let us actually observe the rules of mutual respect for each other. You know, it is very important. So, Brother Charles, I'm not surprised the way you attack me. You can call me propaganda, whatever you want to say it. You know, that's okay. But as long as you respect yourself, that's what matters. Like the way Walke Mabur present himself, that's okay. You know. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we should come to an end. Abraham Bol, you can have a say.
Yeah. Hey, Billy, look, I have to conclude. You need to know the protocol. Nazek and Kalas, give me 1 minute to conclude.
Go ahead, Abraham. Yeah, go ahead.
Let him go. Let him conclude.
Abraham, the door attack.
Okay. I thank the panel and I thank everybody.
Keep interrupting.
Yeah, ana guide shuble nas kulukum asa maruf ayizol barbu beshikelu bijunu ufina dictor ding clear out what going on in Junu, and we have to talk about them. It matter what Charles attack everybody or attack Darwin, whatever it is, we still going to talk about. What wrong? What gonna went wrong is to put our people back home to fight. That gonna went wrong right there. Wherever you talk about it is bad, and you don't push nobody to fight, that'll be good. And let us talk about it until we're gonna make in that Junub. When we went there, somebody gonna see somebody, and maybe you're gonna say you need about a more Dinka or more Latuko, more whatever to helping you for what you did. I know why I say that. There is something called assassinate. We did here in background, and nobody know. And when the boy say, when you become a president, you're gonna give people punishment. A lot of people have been punished on this stage because we touch something to your brother or your sister, it's not good. When we say we're gonna be like, Charles, he doesn't know. I came from political family. He don't know. And Walmabiori say, Dinka Hilders. Since I born in Dinka, and I have 62 now, I have a Hilders of Dinka. It's not yesterday. Some people deny this. We have a Dinka Hilders, whereby they can say, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to make suicide. We're not going to fight. We're going to do this. I made them. But from 62 until now, we have those Dinka tribe have illness. I don't know why those illness become a problem. And somebody doesn't have either father, or he have his uncle is the eldest, and she don't hear it, and she don't want us to hear those our elders. We're gonna hear them, and you know, gonna be good when we hear those elders. Well, I say to brother, well, find people, group, and talk to them. What wrong? They're gonna tell you what wrong with us here either, because we feel everything. Maybe it's not gonna take us a problem, but we feel it the way we talk. To include, I'm not a politician, and I'm 62. I'm still gonna be like another 30 years to be strong like this. Because why? I've been trained more than anybody here in the coup. I've been trained a lot, which is I don't care about it when I'm going to be a role or something like that. I still gonna go back to Southern Sudan and go to army and respect my commander. Respect my commander. That's what we talk about it. We talk about respect. You don't respect your person which is leading you, that the mislead, we mislead Southern Sudan. And people, they don't want to answer this question. Seeing we start this, people, they don't want to answer what went wrong. Why they don't respect somebody leading you.
Where do you get trained and how many you command?
What? I didn't get you.
Bola, I think you done. Yeah.
I done. I don't care whatever one of you are going to say, or Charles, whatever. They let them.
Before you jump in, please, I do not prolong this. I give you 1 minute.
Okay. No, what I was saying, I was asking him a question. Where did you train and how many you command?
You lost your voice.
He say how many have been trained? I've been trained. The man more comes out of Manina until 97.
I say how many? Where did you train and how many you command?
No, man. I don't know what you talk about here. We are in this one. We are not. We are not. We are not over there.
Okay, Abraham. That's out of topic. That's too personal anyway. We don't want to know about where he was trained and how many people he command. Well, that's a personal question. Then you are wasting my time.
It's not personal, Billy. Billy, it's not personal. It's up to Abraham to answer.
Thank you.
He brought it up, right? He brought it up. So okay, my yes.
No, you can go and ask him. He can tell you that. Yes, it's between you and him. So if you want to find out, go and click his name. You're gonna communicate one-on-one. Thank you. I think Dawood, you want to say something?
Yeah. Well, what do you call what Abraham is saying? Abraham is not wrong. You know, Abraham is not wrong. You know.
Before you jump in, Dawood, I want to clarify something about Dr. Dolarjin was actually trying to talk as a politician, and the concept behind his perspective is to actually incite South Sudanese to go back to war. That is the conspiracy theory behind the argument of Dolarjin. If some of you here who are watching, the audience and the panel on the show, you should understand the philosophy or the concept behind Dr. Dolarjin is to incite the war or to incite tribal war so that the country can go back to war, and that is how he can actually thrive politically. That's the opportunities he's looking for. That's why you keep talking about this conspiracy theory, you know, giving illustration about Angola, about Rwanda, and all this stuff that happened in some part of Africa. So understand the mindset of someone. This is exactly what he's campaigning on social media all along. So we know who Dolarjin is. But that's okay anyway. That's his
can I go ahead, Billy?
So go ahead.
All right. Yeah. All right. So Billy, when it comes to Dolarjin, right? About whatever he says, I don't think you're the right person, okay, to speak on what he really want to do. Because when you do that now, you making him look like a bad person. You see, so we're in no position
No,
to
he's the one responsible
no.
for his
Listen,
own.
Billy. No, but Billy, that's your opinion. That's your no, but that's your
All right,
opinion.
go ahead.
Yeah. So let's not confuse our
Billy, can
opinion.
you allow him to talk, please?
Yeah. So let's not let's not let our opinions or what we think or agenda that we have to make other people look bad. Like he did not say let's start with this tribe. No, he did not. Everybody that listen and has a brain would understand what he's talking about. So you don't need to make it seem like he's a tribe against he want to start a tribal war and all that. Please, because we're all brothers at the end of the day. We want peace in South Sudan. So yeah, so back to what Abraham was talking about. Abraham did make a good point about the Jing elders and the whatever. Okay, so it's cool. It's really nice for people to have elders that guide them. But what I'm saying is what's happening in South Sudan today, if the elders know what's going on, if they're happy with that, now these guys need to be in question. Because if you're older, right? If you're an older person, you're supposed to have common sense where you know that we're all brothers and sisters. Stuff that I'm talking about as elders, they're supposed to know that. Talk about things like peace, like, hey, let's not make enemies with our neighbors. But if the elders are talking about, hey, these guys are from Uganda, oh, these guys are not from this country, then where does their loyalty base? Because I did a research on the Gen Council. It goes back to what? It goes back to what do you call? It goes back to they being controlled by the Europeans. The same thing with Arabs. Arabs were controlling the Gen Council, and that's how. And that's like. And the thing is, Dinka people don't talk about that. And it's not about like as I said, even within Moro too. I know there's people that work for the opposition. We know those people, and and those people we need to put them down and put them under what? Under court system. But when it comes to the elders, what I'm saying is the elders have failed the youth, because as elders, they're supposed to talk about peace, how to unite the people of South Sudan. But if the elders are talking about something just that benefits their tribe, now we have a problem as a nation. If these people are making commands and stuff like that, guess what? Now, where's the men that are thinking? Because you got to think out the box. If he's 62 and he still listens to elders that are misguiding him, or he's not seeing the problem, something is wrong with Abraham. If he's that old and he does not see the problem that's happening, like even when you speak, Billy, I see what you're talking about. Not all Dinka people are bad. Not all Dinka people are for what's going on. And the same thing with Charles. I understand when he's talking about when Charles talking about what do you call? When Charles is talking about the IO, it's cool. I understand what Charles is talking about. I understand his point of view. I'm not against it, but all I'm saying is let's look at how can we all be in this house without a problem. Because what's going on with South Sudan right now, it's not even Riek or Salva Kiir. That's not the problem. The problem is people don't know laws. People don't know how to follow laws. People don't know how to live by one another. So that's a problem. You see, that's a problem in our country, and we really need to change that, brother. All I'm saying is we really need to educate the people, man. It has nothing to do with people taking over your tribe or no, it has nothing to do with that. It's all about respect. Like in my house right here, you don't see my neighbor coming over my house playing around my backyard. They know better. It's a respect thing. It has nothing to do with oh, maybe I have a gun. It's not about that, but it's a respect thing. You respect one another. That's why we have America. Look at America today, brother. You at your house, you got good AC because there's a fucking law. It's not even about my tribe or your tribe.
Did he just broke a glass?
But when we talk about tribes, that's why country's failing from the beginning. Because we're trying to, it's that's a problem. Even, I'm not saying this as oh, Equatorians don't do this shit. No, if Equatorians are doing the same shit, I would say the same shit. Because he has nothing to, I don't even want if my brother doesn't know the job, why is he there? You know what I'm saying? If my father don't know that now we have to live in this one house together and he's talking about, oh, no, these people are bad. No, then my dad, something's wrong with my dad. Or I have to explain to him, this is what's going on right now. And it's not, because it's not about your people, brother. It's not what's going to happen. They want to have whole South Sudan to Dinka people. Even if they do, it's still going to have problems. Because the thing is, it's not even the tribes. It's you as the person. And back to Abraham, since he's back, Abraham, you gotta understand, brother, what's going on with the Gen Council, nobody's attacking it, but you gotta look at the message they're portraying. What are they portraying? What are they talking about? Because look, they got Amira, man. Come on, brother. You know, you 62. If you look at a woman like Amir, right, dude, who like I don't even know what to start talking about from. You know, like I see a lot of people glorifying her, and she's in the jail council. That's a joke. That's an insult to Dinka people, brother. That's an insult. But when Dinka people tolerate shit like that, that's why we have a problem with this country. That's why people saying it's a Dinka government. It's not a Dinka government. It's our government. But the problem is, it's like those things as like, oh, this is my brother type of bullshit. And I'm not saying just Dinka people, even within Nuer and Ikitoyan. No, I don't even care about brothers. Like Charles is not even my brother. If he's wrong, he's wrong. You know, if he's speaking the truth, he's my guy. But if he's speaking wrong, man, I don't care about Charles. The same thing. If Abraham stops speaking the truth, he's my guy. I don't care where he's from. But if he start talking about benefits, personal thing, because don't forget, we are a nation. We're supposed to make this thing work. We're supposed to live side by side. It's not about supposed to be like my tribe or your tribe. No, let's talk about government shit. Let's talk about what's going on. How can we change the laws? How can we benefit the people? All right, Abraham, thank you, we can talk on private, but I got a lot to say. But you know, it's all love, guys. Go ahead. Man. Yeah, I'm not gonna stop.
Charles, I mean, Dawood, I want to invite you in advance. Welcome aboard, Charles Aifu, Abraham Ball, and other audience that are watching out there, that maybe tomorrow or next tomorrow, I would like to have a topic about the Confederacy. Confederacy. You know, there are some regions that are calling for succession from South Sudan, and that's what we have to talk about as well. We want to know exactly why are some people calling for Confederacy. You know, we can talk about federalism versus Confederacy. So I invited you in advance, so we can talk.
Definitely, I will not
Charles, you can have a last word, and then I have to close the show.
I will not be involved
because I'm very exhausted now.
Yeah, I will not apply.
Okay, Mabur, yeah, go ahead. 1 minute.
Okay, I say this about if you was just bringing only federalism, I could be involved. But about secession and all this, no, I will not involve into that. I will not be involved. Sorry about that. Because whoever want to do that now, he have that kind of respect.
That means you are against the Confederacy, right? Then you my guy. So you're gonna be here to defend why we don't like Confederacy.
No, I will not be involved. Sorry. I will be have a lot of things to do tomorrow too anyway.
It's all right, thank you. Depend on your availability, yeah.
Billy, look, I'm working. That's why I go back, come back. But I don't have a problem, whatever somebody say. But my brother here, he doesn't understand me. He doesn't understand what everybody say about something called Dinka Hilders. I say fuel a problem. Why they don't leave us to deal with this? Why they deal with it? And that what I say. I don't say I'm gonna be like, okay, Dinka Hilders. No. The fuel, this one more. Because soon people that don't respect your father, I think you're not gonna hear nobody. But when Billy look go to have his father, what he do, it gotta be good. That's what I say. But everybody should know what I say. I say I came from background. That way everybody can know.
Wait, we all have father, brother. I have a father at home as well. But what I'm saying is like, we can't use that logic, man. Some people parents died in the war. Man.
Okay.
No, you're not gonna tell them whatever you want to say, like what I say. Tell me, let me go and find a way how to obey this to them. Not
what do you mean?
everywhere.
No, but you gotta understand, it has nothing to do with obeying stuff. What I'm saying is like, there's a certain age when you come, you understand what's right and what's wrong. Everybody knows that. You like that's why they even have like amendments where taking somebody else's stuff is wrong. It's do not steal, do not do this, do not. The law is there simple. Because if we're gonna talk about elders, then what are they not listening to?
Okay, leave it right there. We're gonna talk another day. But what I want to tell you,
talk about because we're talking about. I mean, if you have a father and you have people that you listen to, if they're telling you to do that stuff, now that you guys are being misled as a people. Because the truth is, we're all brothers and sisters. But then when we start to act like, oh, we're better than the other people because we have elders, and then you're being misguided by them. Now we have issue, Abraham.
I like the way you talk. I like the way you talk, but the way you go to Dinka's illness is not to be good. Please,
what do you mean it's not going to be good? Abraham, when it has nothing to do with elders, Abraham, I have no problem with the elders as long as people, as long as they're following the truth, Abraham.
But that's why I say,
okay, so like, for example, Billy's an uncle, right? If as an uncle, you don't get the uncle respect unless you're doing the uncle things. You teaching the kids. You're there for them. You're showing them the way. But the thing is, everybody nowadays, every guy nowadays want to be called.
No, we have a different.
Every guy nowadays, Abraham, let me finish this real quick. Everybody want to be called this, but they don't even have the credential. Everybody want to be like, oh, we have elders, but you don't fucking listen to your elders. But if the people not listening to their elders, that's the problem we have today. But don't act like you guys are listening to the elders, because if that's what the elders are saying, that's a problem, because you are a representation of your elders. You see what I'm saying? So that's why when people speak, we're not attacking the elders. Respect goes to all elders. But the thing is, we need to live by the truth, brother. The truth.
When I hear I talk about attack, you talk about the different. We have a different talking now, because whenever you talk, that's where you hear from those people. But when I'm talking about, I'm talking respect here.
I know you're talking about respect, but what I'm saying about the respect is a lot of people use the idea, like, for example, Jing Council, right? Jing Council is not there no more. You guys are being misguided by a whole nother new whatever. But you guys feel like the Jing Council is the one that giving the order. That's not the Jing Council. And that's what we're trying to say to my Dinka brothers. The thing is, if the Jing Council was leading, if the Jing elders, right? If the true Dinka elders are actually giving the orders, brother, we'll have a better South Sudan. We'll have a better South Sudan. And that's what I'm trying to say. Hey, you guys need to check on your elders, man, because people are lying on their names. Literally, brother.
Can you let me like I did?
I can't hear you.
Okay. let me answer you before you talk about something, a lot of them. What I try to say, what I try to say here is there is a wrong thing which is called Jing Council, which is mess everything up. People talk about it all over. I hear that. But what I try to say is, why did you guys leave this? It's not a subject, and it's not a topic either. Leave that alone, and we're going to deal with it. That's what I say. But you went along, even the Iliad of Dinka, whatever they say, that's why we mess up a country. It's not this country we didn't mess up.
What I'm saying is, people, the thing is, because we need to shine a light on every nonsense that's happening in South Sudan, brother. You know, Dinka elders are my elders. You see what I'm saying? But the truth need to be said, brother. And that's why in Africa, we're meant to respect everybody for a reason, because the truth does not change. It doesn't matter where you at in Africa, in the world.
I didn't say we're gonna leave the elders of Dinka to run the country. That's not what I say.
But what's going on, brother? Abraham. I like Abraham. We need to come back. We need to come back on.
No. He's not a comeback. I'm behind them. I'm behind my elders, man. Everybody say
you're not wrong.
No, when everybody saying nonsense, it not be like that. No, you guys leave our elders alone. We're gonna deal with them.
No, Abraham, but you guys need to do it sooner.
Do you need what I want to tell you?
Dawoodi and Abraham, listen to me, guys. I understand how this came about. Dawoodi just came in, but I think Walke Mabur came before you. And then because we were talking about a different topic, then he keep bringing up JCE. And even went as far as saying there is even a JCE use, you know. So this idea of JCE is not supposed to be in this topic. And it was not warranted at all to be part of this discussion. Yes. So what Abraham was saying is that you, Walke Mabur, you have to respect the JCE elders. You know, because they are elders. You need to respect them. This is exactly what Abraham was trying to say. So
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say here.
yeah,
And
so,
somebody behind this, who
just
those
brought it into
elders,
the topic.
you know, to be good with us. You know, to be good with us.
Yes. So there was nothing that he in Abraham that you are defending. You are not defending the JCE elders for whatever they were accused for. But they need to be respected because there's no need. You should bring up JCE.
Please, can
in
he
this topic,
conclude?
you know?
Can Abraham conclude? And then
So I was just clarifying it to Brother Dawood. So there was no reason whatsoever to bring up the JCE name here. And that is what Abraham Bol was doing. So Abraham Bol was not just, he was just trying to advise Walke Mabo. Walke Mabo do not bring in JCE here because we're not talking about JCE. I think it was very clear. So I don't see the reason why you are going back and forth.
JCE
let's be specific sometime. And this is better. No, wait, yeah, Walke Mabo. This is typical of you, yeah, Walke Mabo, because every time you get in any show, you try to bring up the JCE, even where it is not even a subject. Maybe you have the right to copy something somewhere that was actually addressed by the JCE, and then we can talk about it. This is when you can actually talk about the JCE name. But out of blue, that's what you normally do in every show. I have seen it. So, Abraham, you need to take it easy. That is how Walke Mabo speak.
Anybody? Okay, go ahead. Okay, sorry.
So anyway, we have come to the end of the show, and then we are just
Billy, look, thank you.
The show is over.
I conclude here, since you are coming to. I did not.
Yeah, go ahead, Charles. You know, just 1 minute each, and then we can.
Okay, Billy, look, what I say about JCE, I will not leave them until they apologize and say we're out in South Sudan politics. They are the shell of Salva Kiir who are messing up the country today as we talk. And you cannot exclude them out from any politics that coming out because they are the people who put their hand into deep situations.
Exactly.
2013 caused by them. And you telling me today you cannot talk about JCE to any topic that come out about South Sudan? That's unacceptable.
So are you saying when we were talking about the issue of Garwidwal, the GM Council are the one?
Billy, your loyalty, we know your loyalty goes to South Sudan and the Gen Council, brother. We know that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Billy, look.